Hello and welcome to the 19th edition of the Tour of Britain. Stage 1 starting today in rather sunny and beautiful Altrincham. And we're heading to Manchester, which as the crow flies isn't too far away. We have an absolute tremendous field lined up for this edition of the race. And there are some of the favourites we'll be talking about in a little bit more detail later on. Wout van Aert, the winner a couple of years ago, heads up a powerful Jumbo-Visma team. Also there, Tom Pidcock as well, the newly crowned world mountain biking champion. We've got some fast men there too. Olaf Koy, Sam Bennett, Fernando Gaviria, last year's winner Gonzalo Serrano, Ethan Vernon, Magnus Sheffield, Pat Devin and Jacob Scott. A few names to conjure in. Jacob Scott, of course, now riding for the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team. Twice a winner of the King of the Mountains in this race. Let's have a look at the route that's on the menu today. 160 Ks. As you can see, not too far away, but we do a southerly loop and start heading out into the rolling countryside. 2 King of the Mountains on the way today. Grange Bar, which we've just been over there, a second category affair, then Ramsbottom Rake, shorter but steeper, and the road continues to twist and turn and undulate before we head back into the city of Manchester on the famous Deansgate. There we go, 163.6 kilometres to be exact. 15 minutes of neutral. That is what stage 1 of this year's race looks like. So we have a 15-minute neutralised section as well to get the riders a little bit warmed up with what's to come. 5 World Tour teams in this race this year. 6 pro teams, the teams that occupy and sit at the second tier of racing. 1 continental team, that's St Piran, the British squad, and 1 national team. The only national team here, the Great Britain squad. A couple of world champions amongst that number as well. It is a really interesting field that's been assembled this year, especially when we look at the sprint talent. Most of the climbing in this year's race, we finish in Caerphilly next Sunday, is focused on the back end. So you could argue that most of the stages this week, the first part of the week, could indeed be bunch sprints, or they at least have the potential. We're looking at the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team there. All smiles at the start here. 21 degrees on the edge of Altrincham. Wonderful crowds have attended here at the start as well to welcome some of the true superstars of our sport. Wout van Aert we've mentioned. Heard from him earlier on today. A previous winner back into 2021. Last year's winner, Gonzalo Serrano. I think it's fair to say a relatively surprise winner, but took the key stage just ahead of Tom Pidcock. As we continue to look at some of the other teams here. A couple of Great Britain riders in that white livery. Ineos Grenadiers headed up by Tom Pidcock, Carlos Rodriguez, Luke Rowe, Connor Swift, Magnus Sheffield and Ben Turner. An exceptionally strong team. DS. 2 former stage winners amongst their direct sportifs. Roger Hammond, way back, I think it was in 2005, Roger Hammond took a stage win. And Ian Stannard as well, when riding for Team Sky. Took a solo win a few years ago on a famous battle, a wonderful battle in fact, with Nils Pollitt. Well, I'm Matt Stevens, thank you very much for joining us here. I'm going to bring in my partner in crime for the next 8 days, Mr. Brian Smith, a double former elite road race champion of this country, and a man who's no stranger to the various iterations of the Tours of Britain we had in the years, the Milk Race, the Preux Tour, and now the newly invigorated Tour of Britain. Brian, great to have you alongside me. A sunny start with what looks to be a really interesting race as the bunch start to roll out here.
That's all you want, isn't it? The sun shining and the Tour of Britain, and I think the weather forecast for the next few days is quite good, so hopefully it's a good race. But you just round off a few of the riders that are here. We do have quite a few good sprinters here, of course. But the difference will be made in a lot of these finishes. We'll go through the the setup of this year's Tour of Britain, and as you can see, the sun is out and also the crowd.
Yeah, wonderful crowd out here. I think it's fair to say in Great Britain and most of the northern part of Europe, actually, they've had a pretty grim summer. So good weather forecast for this week, which we welcome. There is Mr. Mick Bennett just waving on, sat outside the top there. It's a fairly decent rollout through the streets of Altrincham. And then many of these roads, I think it's fair to say, Brian, I mean, we're on air from flag to line here, which is fantastic. So make sure you do join us every single day. That's the St Piran team. They've had a magnificent season, such a success. We'll be talking more about those over the next coming days, because they will be true protagonists, I think, really aggressive. And they've also got some interesting schemes as well, which we'll have time to delve into a little bit later. But Brian, we know these roads pretty well. We dip briefly into Cheshire, Greater Manchester, partly our old training roads from back in the 90s, mate, in the late 80s.
Yeah, definitely. I know you spent a lot of time in Crewe. I was just up the road, just outside Sandbach. So yeah, it's good to, you know, I just loved covering the World Championships, because I knew every inch of the routes, all the routes in the road events, and it was just nice to cover that. If memory serves me right, hopefully, you know, we'll guide you through these few days, because it's been a long time since, you know, I've kind of raced, been in this part of the world, and as you know, Matt, roads change a little bit, but yeah, it will bring back a lot of memories, and hopefully myself and Matt will bring you some anecdotes from many years ago.
Indeed. We've got a few nasty climbs actually, but it's quite a hilly profile in fact today, but the first climb doesn't come until quite deep into the race, or the first categorised climb, should I say. That comes with 99 kilometres to go. The next one with 70.6k to go. So I have a feeling this one could be a bunch sprint. But one interesting thing, Brian, before we drop the flag and we roll off, is the fact that this year, and we were searching for it, scouring the road book, this year there are no time bonuses. Why do you think that is? So there's no intermediate time bonuses out on the road, and most races of this standard, bar one or two, have 10, 6 and 4 on the finish line. We don't know the answer, but why do you think the organisers have decided to strip away the time bonuses for this edition of the Tour of Britain?
It's a good question, and not many races do it. You know, there have been races in the past that have done it. It just means that you cannot just kind of roll into the final. And I think the routes, you know, the route pretty much for the last few years has been designed by Andy Hawes, who we both know pretty well, and the reason for the no bonuses has to have come from, you know, somewhere else, I would think. And I think by looking at the route this year, I think the organisation are possibly looking at Caerphilly as the deciding factor. They want to keep it quite close by the looks of things, because I think you just mentioned we've got a lot of kind of flattish stages. Yeah, we might have quite a few, you know, bunch finishes. You know, today being one of them. You know, we've raced over quite a few of these roads. Ramsbottom Rake is quite a significant climb. It can, you know, it's narrow as well, very steep. And I remember, you know, when, you know, reading any itinerary of any races that I've ridden, and you see Ramsbottom Rake, you think, oh wow, because it was used as British Hill Climb Championships on several occasions. It's a real leg snapper, but it's so far from the finish, about 70 miles. And I don't think that'll have too much of a bearing. I think the breakaway will be away. Who will be controlling it? I think definitely Innis Grenadiers. You can see Luke Rowe right up there towards the front, and I think that's more a case of Matt just making sure that they don't miss out. I can remember one definite Tour of Britain when it finished in Castle Douglas, where the winner of that first stage, Pedersen, went on to win it. So it's always a case where in a staged race that you never know who's going to control the race. You've got to remember there's not huge teams here, kind of smallish teams of 6 riders. So if you let a significant breakaway, and I think one of the stages in Wrexham as well, we had a large breakaway, and I think the whole of Team Sky had to go in the front and really with a quick step and really bring it back, and they just got them back. I think Christian House was almost you know, taking that stage win into Wrexham so many years ago. So the first stage is always a kind of tricky one. Who is going to control it? But I think, you know, we say this in every race, Matt, wherever you go in the world and you've got your national tour, predominantly, you know, the riders that it's their home tour feature in the breakaway. And you just mentioned the riders in Black St Piran. They are, no shadow of a doubt, here the best team we've got in the UK at the moment.
A long way,
and
yeah.
They are in this company. I know I've ridden quite a few of these races, and it's always very difficult in the past to ride against high level teams. You know, I used to go for kind of King of the Mountains and some of the kind of smaller competitions. But the riders at the higher level, it was always a little bit more difficult because it was mid-season and they'd maybe a Tour de France under their belt, or other races under the belt, and it's just a different level. Trying to step up, you can do in maybe 2 or 3 days, but over a week it's always difficult. But I think really, the St Piran team and possibly a few riders in the Great Britain team can mix it with the best in this one.
Yeah, I think they can. When you look at some of the riders they've got with St Piran, the vastly experienced Alexander Richardson, I think it's fair to say, is their road captain. He has ridden at a very high level before. Was instrumental in last year's race. The stage was ultimately won by Camille Bonnel. We thought the break was going to get caught, but they managed their effort. Again, that was one of the most exciting examples and interesting examples of a breakaway using their resource to their best, using the profile of the course, using the wind direction, and playing an exceptionally canny and smart game and holding off the peloton, albeit just by a handful of seconds. But Richardson, one of the smartest riders out there, and they've got a team to stick with St Piran of real talent. Harry Birchall, Finn Crockett, Seb Kiffin, Jack Rootkin-Gray, of course, who recently finished 4th in the Under-23 World Championships, and Will Tidball, who is a world champion on the track, won the scratch race at the World Championships in Glasgow. The Super Worlds, as we're going to coin it. So they have a team that will mix it, and the fact they're on the front suggests they're going to try and get a man in at the move as well. But again, to answer my own question, Brian, I think by stripping away the time bonuses, there is a focus more on the back end of the race. There is a lot of big sprinters here. We haven't really even talked about the sprinters yet. We'll have plenty of time to do that. But I think it might make for aggressive racing, because there are other riders here, other teams here, who have clear options. And will force the teams into chasing. So I think what we might see is quite a disruptive race potentially because of the absence of the time bonuses.
Matt, I really don't hope it doesn't kind of backfire on them, because we've always got that fight into the last kind of 3 kilometres of any race between the GC contenders and the sprinters. Now, if I was in this race and I could climb a little bit and sprint a little bit, you're talking about going up against Wout van Aert. It could come down to, your stage placing throughout the event. So it's one of these cases where everybody has to sprint to the line, and what happens when that happens. So it'll be a case of, in the back of the mind, everybody has to sprint to the line. Everybody has to get a good. It's not as if you can sit back in this race without the time bonuses, and you can't take, the chance that you will have a good final stage. So yeah, you'll be looking at opportunities to try and steal some seconds, but at the same time, in the back of your mind, if this race isn't hard enough and it does come down to some finishes at the end, then you'll have to try and stay up there if you're thinking in the general classification. Yeah,
it is. Only time will tell. Let's look at a couple of riders from the Ineos Grenadiers. That's Magnus Sheffield in the centre, next to Luke Rowe, the vastly experienced Luke Rowe, been with the squad pretty much since their inception. But Altrincham has hosted a Tour of Britain stage before in the past. Actually, it was stage 8, the 2019 race, from Altrincham to Manchester, so very similar, and that was won by a certain Mathieu van der Poel. Manchester, the finish today, has hosted stages. Well, this will be the 3rd time we've hosted a stage finish. Stefano Zanini won back in 2004, and Mathieu van der Poel won again, as you were saying, in Manchester. So, all the boroughs here, 7 of Manchester boroughs, have all supported this race, and it is essentially a tour of the lanes and the roads around Greater Manchester as it bleeds into several other counties on its way around. It is beautiful, especially on a day like this. It's not very often we get to see Tour of Britain stages with cloudless sky, that is for sure. But it looks as if Mick Bennett, perched on the top of the car there, is about to draw in, there we go, 0 kilometres. This is the depart reel, as the French would say. And the Tour of Britain formally will be kicking off in just a couple of seconds' time. And there it is. The Tour of Britain 2023 is off. And it is indeed St Piran on the offensive straight away, followed by the light blue jerseys of the TDT Unibet cycling team. And I'm expecting a pretty fast stage today, Brian, and an aggressive start. It could take a while for the break to actually go today.
Yeah, you could see that, the way they were setting up. Normally in any races they start like this, that, you really have to be in the first kind of 10, 20 riders, and behind the car. And no real surprise that one of the domestic teams, St Piran, has started the attacks off the boys in black. So this will continue, and it could actually take a little bit of time. Only time will tell. It does mean that a lot of the riders want to be active, but at the same time, Mark, there's a lot of teams that want to control this, because if you get a breakaway of 8 or 10 going, then that's too big. So normally these instructions will be given out in the team managers meeting, and I would say of a team of 6, I would say maybe maximum 6, because hoping that you'll get some help with some other teams, but maximum 6. Nice break of 3 or 4 would be perfect, but no more than 6.
Exactly. It becomes increasingly hard to bring things back. And the standard of the sport, just in general, is so high now. Even breakaways with riders from the smaller teams can pose significant headaches if they are numerous. If you get, like Brian was saying, if you get more than 6, 7, 8 riders, even at Conti Pro Team level, they can be very hard to bring back. You certainly won't want to give them too much of a lead. Here's a team that's ridden this race on a couple of occasions, a slightly different livery for this year. That's the Global 6 cycling team, a real interesting lineup. And they literally are a global team. They've got riders from Brazil, Italy, Canada, Japan, South Africa and the Netherlands. And there'll be a team who'll try and get in the mix, try and get up there in breakaways. And interestingly today, the only intermediate sprint of the day comes very early on. It comes in 20 kilometres time. No time bonuses, as we've explained earlier on. But there are points towards the sprint classification, and there's no sprints jersey in this race. There's only a points jersey. So we've got it's a green jersey sponsored by cottages.com, and the points out on the road are 10, 7, 5, 3 and 1, but no time bonuses. But nobody's been allowed to get clear, but St Piran are clearly a squad on a mission as they send another rider up the road, and they've really dominated the British scene. And I know, Brian, you've been quite vocal recently, understandably. We've seen our home domestic scene, Premier Calendar races, the Grand Prix series for elite riders, almost implode over the last couple of years, and this season it's one of the reasons we haven't seen many domestic teams. That's why a lot of the talent is with St Piran, but they have dominated what's left of the domestic road scene this year, haven't they?
They have, and in the past I would be a little bit critical having just one kind of team dominating. Nobody wants that, and I think in the past we had a certain team in red that was like that. It was like a super team, and it was always kind of very difficult to race against them. And in fact, in races, I know the manager at the time, Keith Lambert, used to be my manager, told them to kind of back off a couple of times and not, kind of dominate it so much and not finish, 1, 2, 3. But there's nothing you can do about it if you've not got a competition. And it's a lovely team. It's, you said they've got, women's team, they've got development teams. That it is a really nice set-up team. So, they're dominating at the moment because the British scene is so pathetic.
We've already got a crash. Sorry to cut across you there, Brian. That's unfortunate. That is Martin Budding, who has gone down. It looks like he's okay, covered in mud. It looks like he's had a relatively soft landing, torn his jersey in the process, but not a good start for the TDT Unibet cycling team. And that little crash has caused a slight split at the back of the bunch, which has slowed. I don't think anybody else was taken out. But already one of his, I don't think the rider on the front knows that one of his teammates is down. Holding his left shoulder there, Brian. Cut his leg on the inside as well there. Not a good start for this young rider.
No, it's a dreadful start for anybody, but it doesn't look good at all. When you're holding your shoulder like that, the one thing you're thinking of is your collarbone, of course. So not the best start. Nobody wants to see that, but like you say, there's because of the crash, there's a slight concern for everybody involved there, and all the teams just waiting to see what the outcome was. So one rider down could possibly be out, but the race will continue in earnest because a lot of pressure on a lot of these teams to get in the breakaway.
Yeah, Black Spoke now up the road. The Bolton Equities, a Black Spoke team. We've got an exceptionally strong squad. That is James Fuchs from New Zealand. They've got Jacob Scott, who's won the King of the Mountains twice in this race, I mentioned at the top of the programme. Also won the intermediate sprints classification. a classification which is no more. And I've also got Matt Bostock, an exceptionally fast finisher, former British Criterium champion, Ryan Christensen, Mark Stewart, and Rory Townsend, former Irish road race champion. He's got a very quick finish, but again, there's no small break that's going to go away without a member of St Piran being in it. It's quite clear they've been one of the main protagonists today. Uno X there as well, trying to get across this gap. And the TDT Unibet cycling team, who maybe don't have a big sprinter in this race, are trying to get in the mix here. And the pace still very high, although it's flat just at the front of the bunch. This looks like it could be an interesting move. I think it's just a little bit too small though, Brian.
Yeah, 3 riders just clipping off. That'll possibly make it 4 in front. But like you say, Matt, it's one of these situations where, you know, I always try to be a kind of follower in the breaks rather than kind of instigating. There's only been, you know, maybe I can count maybe, you know, all my fingers the times that I've kind of really instigated it. Okay, at the back end when you try and go solo, but I would always try to kind of follow, because it's always very difficult when you go on the attack and you can out there on your own, like you just mentioned there. It's a long day out if you know, in a huge effort just to kind of dangle off the front on your own. So this rider, the frontier in the purple Fouché, riding for the Bolton team, he'll be expecting, looking around, and he'll be thankful. You know, there's a few riders coming across, a couple of St Piran riders. I don't think the whole team have been trying to get in the breakaway. I think they've just given the nod to maybe 2 or 3 of those the riders to get in the breakaway today, and it looks as if this could be developing into a nice one for them.
It certainly does. 2 St Piran, 1 from TDT Unibet. Also in the mix there, one of the Uno X Pro Cycling Team riders. They've got a very interesting team. Several riders who finish well, and also Tobias Johannesson, who climbs well. They've got options in the sprint, but they've got an option in this breakaway as well. Still 155.4 k's to go as we continue to twist through these lanes. That will be the character of most of the day today as we head briefly south and then start heading east before looping up. A lot of these roads, as you can see, pretty sheltered, trees, bushes sheltering the riders. There's a light wind blowing today from a southwest to a northeasterly direction. It's only about 3 or 4 kilometres an hour, so hardly a breath of wind, nothing too significant. But this
looks like Tanfield.
It does look like Tanfield. That's well recognised there, Brian. One of the outstanding runs, I think, in that field. Had a win recently in Belgium. Took his first win of the year for the TDT Unibet team. But Tanfield sitting at the back of the moment, always a good rider to have in the breakaway. Good time trialist, a good ruler, especially over this sort of terrain, Brian.
Definitely, and you know, we can remember the Tour de Yorkshire as well, not that long ago, but definitely a quality rider. And I think out the whole peloton that we've got, Matt, and you'd probably agree with this, when you look around the peloton, there's a few riders that kind of stick out that you'd possibly like to be in the breakaway with, because they're you know, they're quite strong, and you know, one of those riders is in the light blue at the back.
It certainly is. It's off that little bit of an effort, starting to roll through now. Everybody getting nice and aero, building up that lead. It doesn't look as if anybody else is trying to come across to this one. So one of the riders in there is Jack Rootkin-Gray. Such a talent. We're in that early break in the under-23 World Road Championships, and the break was ultimately not caught. The bunch disintegrated on the brutal finishing circuit in the centre of Glasgow. And some pretty difficult weather conditions as well, but Rootkin-Gray, a real talent. Well, every rider from that team is a talent, as we were saying earlier on. Rootkin-Gray just missing a turn there. And the other rider in that group is Zeb Kiffin, so it's Rootkin-Gray and Kiffin. Also in the mix there for the Uno X Pro Cycling team is Frederick Versnes. So there he is. Rolling through, long turns on the front. I think this is the break that's going to be done for the day. Nobody seemingly trying to get across. It's just the right number, Brian, as well, isn't it? 5 or 6 riders, no more than that. This should be manageable for the group behind. But saying that, this is a strong, strong breakaway already.
It is. It's a good breakaway. I think, you know, the teams that started off the day trying to go on the attack, I'm talking about, you know, the boys in purple there from Bolton, boys in black from St Piran, and you know, the light blue of the kind of Unibet. You know, they were the riders that, if you remember the start neutral, they were the teams that were towards the front. They were the teams that wanted to try and get in the breakaway. On the flip side, it was important for the likes of Ineos Grenadiers and various other teams just to control, just to police the front of the peloton. Just look as if it's quite significant. The Commissar's car's been brought in. That happens when the gap goes over 30 seconds, of course, Mart. So, I think it will be, pushing up to very close to a minute now, the gap back to the peloton. We haven't seen the peloton yet. Be nice to see, what is happening. Yeah, and we see the gap now being put in. It is over a minute. So, 5 riders. I thought it would go on a little bit more, but, it's one of these scenarios, Matt, where, the perfect combination, the perfect size, and, this group has been allowed to go.
Yeah, they certainly have. Just thankfully moving past that van on the right-hand side. So there was a stray vehicle on the road. Now, both Brian and myself have, as well as riding previous iterations of the Tour of Britain, have been involved in the organisation, not so much the organisation, but on race days, we've been involved in the race convoy, managing the race. And you look at what it takes to put any road race at local level together, all the way up to the Tour de France and everything in between, Brian. It's an enormous logistical operation, isn't it? And the interesting thing about the Tour of Britain, the roads are closed, but it's what we call a rolling road closure, essentially a bubble, a vacuum, within which the race moves from A to B, and the primary thing is to make sure the public are safe and to make sure the riders are safe. But it's a dynamic job, and not without its obstacles, Brian. It's a job that we don't often, say for this race, get the chance to talk about, especially in relatively built-up areas. It's a real challenge, isn't it?
Do you know what, riding in a peloton, and I talk to a lot of people about this that maybe ride in small groups and things like that, but see, when you ride in a peloton, one of the control cars, there's two or three control cars, so that control car in the red is just dropping back to cover the front of the peloton now, and the race director is just in front now. So these things will happen in races, neutral service dropping in on the left there in blue, but it just reminds me of, when you ride in a group of about 180, I think the maximum I raced with was almost about 300 riders in a race at the start of the year in a training camp. And you have to have your wits about you. You have to, have eyes in the back of your head. And it's the same with race control. You're at the front of the race. You've got control over all the motorbikes, where all the cars are, all that kind of communication. You have to have something in your head that acknowledges where you are. And I've been, in these situations where you have to create 2 bubbles because the gap between the breakaway and the peloton is so big. But the first few of this edition of the Tour of Britain was somewhat difficult. Now that we have an educated population in this country, it means that organising a bike race is a little bit easier. Of course, there are certain parts of Britain that don't want bike racing at all, and will not allow that. And I believe that there's other countries going through something similar, that they're not in favour of kind of bike racing at this kind of level, and rolling road closures. But it's great to see that Tour of Britain has gone from strength to strength, and we don't have the problems we had in the initial education of everybody coming at the side of the roads. We've gone through a whole phase where cars wouldn't stop. Cars are now stopping. Cars are moving, off the road a little bit. People are actually now getting out the cars. People are getting out the cars and parking, well off the road and taking pictures. To what we're getting now, that they know that Tour of Britain is coming through. They've probably been here for an hour, maybe grabbing a coffee or something like that. And this is what we're getting now. In the past, there would be possibly some live traffic here. Now, with an educated population, this is what we're getting.
If we look at the crowds, though, Brian, this is what we're going to see, especially when the weather's like this. And of course, we are on a weekend. It is Sunday. But one thing, and it's important to elaborate on things like this. We've got the time. We can afford to do that. But it's important to, if you're spending the time sitting watching the race and you're interested, to understand it from a granular perspective as well. But one thing that's been undoubted, and the crowds have been building for the best part of 20 years. And Brian, when I was doing my prep this morning, looking at this race, and I was looking at, well, what edition is it? I thought it'd be 15 or 16, 19 editions. And bear in mind, we'd had 1 year with COVID, we didn't. I cannot, because it's almost as if, I know we're we're not exactly getting on a bit, but we've seen a few campaigns ourselves, haven't we? But 19 edition, this race will be 20 years of age next year. And you look at the list of winners over the years, it's become a bit of an institution, this race, hasn't it? It's found a place on the calendar. Year after year, it brings in big hitters. It's only a smallish field. There's only 96 riders here. But it's super professionally run. But it's still quite familial. And the crowds absolutely love it, don't they? Look at what we've seen today, just in the opening few kilometres.
Yeah, I was there right from the start, involved with this race, and to see the transition from the worries that we had with passing through certain kind of big cities like Leicester, and how to be able to get that kind of peloton through Leicester, because as I was saying, there used to be cars everywhere, and just now everybody's had that kind of pre-warning. Everybody knows that the fans are at the side of the road, they're loving it. And I really do think I can remember the edition of 2012 when it was a celebration of how well Britain did in the Olympics, and they're out with their signs, and it was great. It was absolutely fantastic. And saying off the back of that, on the bounce, it's just gone from strength to strength. And I think we now have an educated population here, because let's face it, everybody knows who Mark Cavendish and Bradley Wiggins is now, and that was never in the past. Nobody mentioned it, and I'm just back from an Ironman, and never participated. It's on now, an Ironman in Wales in Tenby. What a fantastic atmosphere, and everybody was just loving it. And there's a few people come up to me, I recognise your face, I recognise your voice, are you so and so? And they're just talking about, what's Cav doing, and this, and it just kind of opens your eyes a little bit to, everybody knows, everybody's interested in cycling, that knowledge. And there's a lot of bikes around, and before you would think that our sport of cycling was a very small part of the population. Now everybody's riding bikes, and I believe that lockdown increased that as well, that a lot of people getting out, riding their bikes, and just taking time to enjoy that participation. But as well as that, coming out at the side of the road, as we're seeing now. You look at what Yorkshire did at the World Championships. The ASO bringing the Tour de France. It's just been phenomenal for our sport.
Oh no, it certainly has. A wonderful legacy from that race that actually first came to our shores in the 1970s. If you look right back, in Plymouth, but we've had several grand departs here, and I've no doubt there'll be one in the future as well, as we look at Sam Bennett just passing by Tom Pidcock. Sam Bennett, I think it's fair to say, has had a difficult year, isn't it, by his own standards. Won his first race of the year down in Argentina and the Tour de San Juan. Had some reasonable results, but not quite where he'd want to be. But this is an opportunity for him to try and get a couple of wins. Well, there are multiple opportunities actually for sprinters, as we were talking about at the top of the programme. Today is quite a hilly one, but it's flat at the end. But over the next few days, there are multiple opportunities for sprinters, so the sprint teams are going to have to work. But they've also got Matt Walls. He's on a bit of a comeback as well. Matt Walls had a bad injury, Olympic champion, an exceptionally quick finisher. But who do you think they'll be protecting as we to focus on the Bora Hansgrohe team? Do you think it'd be more about Bennett than Matt, just Matt getting back into the rhythm of racing?
I think so. I think for the sprint, if you're talking about that, which I think you are, Sam Bennett would be the one. These climbs will hurt him, but they're so far from the finish, and as you say, it's a kind of flattish run to the line. I don't think the peloton will race up this climb. I'd be surprised if they do. If I was in the race convoy and I wanted to get something out of the race, then I didn't have someone to kind of match these riders, then I would try something on that climb. I know it's 70 miles to go to the finish, but it's one of these situations, if you don't try it, you never know. You don't want to just kind of roll into Manchester and have a sprint. So, but I really do think that nobody will take that opportunity. I think it will be a case of, teams will control. But by the looks of the front of the peloton, Ineos Grenadiers are setting a tempo, and that's just, I think, we mentioned right from the top that this is their home race. They want to win this race. They want to win it with Tom Pidcock. They don't want to any concern. They're going to hold the gap, which they are at around about 2 minutes. They don't want this to be a slightly bizarre first stage. We've already mentioned a couple of occasions that in stage races that it has happened. It even happened in the Vuelta a Catalunya one year, but that it helped a little bit with Albacini winning that from Switzerland, because they cancelled a couple of the stages, or they shortened a couple of stages because of the snow. So you never know what's up the road, but definitely in these Grenadiers looks as if they've got a little bit of help from the boys in yellow, and that's Jumbo-Visma. So Olaf Koy is here as well, but so is the man that won it a couple of years ago, Wout van Aert.
Yep. I heard an interview with Wout van Aert ahead of the start, saying that he actually said, I prefer the profiles a bit hillier for himself. We've got a couple of hilly stages towards the end, and today isn't without its difficulties, but as we were saying, a long way to go from the final climb. So in fact 70 kilometres from the final categorised climb, but it does continue to go up and down. What you find about the Tour of Britain is we might only have a couple of categorised climb, but that doesn't mean to say the rest of the profile isn't hilly. Just by the very nature of the roads that we ride on today, it is pretty grippy. We don't even head properly out into the Peak District, just the foothills of the peaks briefly before heading north again. And touching the edge of Lancashire as well. It's almost like just touching the edge of the Pennines and the peaks and the hills in Lancashire as well, isn't it?
Yeah, Matt, if you consider it, if it was you and me in rival teams, you're Wout van Aert, I'm Tom Pidcock, then there's, do you think that you would be able to drop me in Caerphilly? I would remember a couple of years ago, I went down to the bonus seconds, remember, from Ethan Hayter. Very, very close in the end. Very colourful.
Yeah.
Very excited. So yeah, it's one of these situations. So my quandary now is, with Olaf Koy, one of the fastest sprinters in the world now, still a young lad from Jumbo-Visma, but Wout van Aert still has to get up here in the bunch kick as well, if it is a bunch kick. So that's the bit that's intriguing me now, because when you look at the overall picture of this, and it's set out before us, Wout van Aert v Tom Pidcock, that's the two teams that are riding on the front. Do you think you would beat me in the last stage, and vice versa? So I don't think there'll be a lot of time difference between them. I mean, no time bonuses. I think it's a hard one to call, that one. Yeah. So you have to set your stall out soon, and I think you have to get up and get the best position you can in these finishes.
It is a fascinating one, just looking at the lineup for the Ineos Grenadiers. Okay, Tom Pidcock, Carlos Rodriguez, he would certainly prefer a hillier parkour, that's for sure. Luke Rowe on the front doing what Luke Rowe does, road captain for that team. Connor Swift, a very versatile all-rounder. He's done a bit of gravel this year as well, one of the UCI Gravel World Cups, so a massively versatile rider with a reasonable kick, but certainly not a bunch sprinter. Magnus Sheffield, one of the brightest young talents on the Ineos Grenadiers team, and then Ben Turner. They haven't really got a sprinter. They've got Tom Pidcock, who can sprint, but he can pretty much do everything, as we know. Ben Turner, we've seen muscle in a couple of finishes from reduced groups, but certainly not a big bunch kicker. But I think when you do look at Jumbo-Visma, and you look at exactly what you just talked about, Brian, they've got Van Aert, Eduardo Affini, Steven Kruijswijk, Olaf Koy, we just talked about, Jos van Emden, who at the moment is swapping turns with Luke Rowe on the front, former time trial champion of the Netherlands, winner of a time trial stage in the Giro, one of the oldest riders in the field, but vastly experienced, enormous engine. And then Nathan Van Hooydonk, a great classics rider, and again a good climber too. We've seen him in the Tour de France, as we see some absolutely magnificent crowds here. There's the crowd, the shrieks, the cries of the crowd ringing through these riders' ears. It really is a race like no other when it comes to the crowds, which we're going to talk about day in, day out this week. But yeah, they're going to be looking after Koy in the totally flat finishes. But what does Van Aert do? Because he'll be aware that it could be just on countback. But Pidcock, you'd imagine, will go for the sprints, maybe not necessarily to win, but just in 5th or 6th, constantly finishing ahead of Van Aert. But what does Van Aert do? As we just look at our fallen rider, who's thankfully got back on top. Yeah, so Budding is back on top. He was holding his shoulder, wasn't he? But thankfully, he does look to be a little bit more mobile now. Well, that would have been a big shame for him to exit the race so early. But it does pose a little bit of a quandary, doesn't it? Because looking at the stage that we have and looking at the condition that both of these riders have, difficult to split them, so it will be on countback. So what will Van Aert do? Will he act as a lead-out rider and keep on going, or will both of them sprint? And amongst this field, given the fact that how strong they are, will Van Aert just go for it as well as Koya? That's an interesting one.
Yeah, imagine getting a lead out from Wout van Aert for Olaf Koy. That would be tremendous. And you remember when the last stage of the Tour of Britain, Jordi Meus won the stage, but up in that stage was Tom Pidcock in sprint in the end. So as you say, Matt, that Tom Pidcock can't sprint. I think of the two, that Wout van Aert is possibly the strongest here, but they have got another sprinter that can possibly, win the stage as well. So it will be interesting to see how they play this out, because I think, they all have to be up there, and it's not a case of trying to get the bonus seconds. It will be on count back, and we'll see how this one plays out, because it's not one of the hilliest. Caerphilly is a difficult stage in the end, but by the looks of things, if the weather stays like this and it's not too windy and this is going to split up in the wind, potentially this year's Tour of Britain could come down to countback.
Yep.
And when we mention countback, what we mean by that is, if you're equal in time at the end, what they'll do is they'll put all the stages placings together and and divide them, or they won't divide. They put all your stage placings together, and the person with the lowest score will be the winner.
That's it. I think that's in the absence of stage wins. Again, you'll have to read really deeply into the UCI rules on this one, but there are some rules that race organisers can impose, like the rule that there aren't any time bonuses here. But if sometimes it's the rider, regardless of countback, if they've had a stage win, that counts as more as well. So that we'll have to look at that a little bit deeper into the race, where, of course, very, very early stages yet. But because of this situation and the way that the stages are, hills towards the back end, not a lot of really difficult stages this week, and we'll have to see if the wind plays a part. But we are, as Brian was alluding to, it looks like we've got some good weather, a nice high pressure region is set over the country for the rest of this week, this 8 days. It could be a very interesting one. But we have some real sprint talent. We've already talked about one rider, Sam Bennett. We've also got Fernando Gaviria here of Movistar. We haven't even mentioned his name yet. They've got the defending champion amongst their number, Gonzalo Serrano. I think it's fair to say he was a surprise winner of the race last year. But Serrano is here. But they've got Gaviria, also Sam Bennett here. We've got Noah Hobbs and Ethan Vernon from the Great Britain team. Ethan Vernon has had a tremendous season so far. As we see the sprint coming up, that came very, very quickly indeed. First sprint of the day, no time bonuses, remember, but it is the man, Harry Tanfield, great track rider as well. He's got a real kick in him. Has taken maximum points towards the green jersey, the cottages.com green jersey classification, but uncontested, apart from James Fouché just in second place there. So a good sprint. That came up very quickly. And they're moving pretty rapidly, Brian. 2:18 is the gap. A big smile there. Sportsmanlike conversation continuing as they wait for the rest of the break to rejoin them. And they get back into their number. But, just checking the distances there. But clearly a good, nice to see a little bit of sportsmanship here as they wait for the riders behind.
Yeah, the way Fouché went to the left there, I was like, he could
sudden,
be blocking
wasn't it?
off
Yeah.
Tanfield, but I think he did it because he was looking to the right and didn't think anyone was on the left. It was as if he didn't see Tanfield, but we see it again. So he goes and he goes to the left-hand side, a little bit cheeky, but he's looking to the right. I don't think he even sees Tanfield, and then there you go.
Well, he looked right, didn't he? Yeah.
How did I miss that one?
Well,
he's not the smallest of guys, but. Yeah.
No, I agree. I think he just moved to the left, thinking he'd got that side of the road, and Tanfield was on the other side of his wheel and went up the inside. He looked to the right, and then he eased off because I didn't think he thought there was anybody there. So Tanfield, as well as being, must be quite stealthy, dressed in bright blue, one of the tallest rider by far in the breakaway. But anyway, the bottom line is he took that one. And I think that might have been the crux of the conversation there. I didn't see you coming, mate. But once Tanfield got that gap, there was quite literally no stopping him. So,
but Mark, when was the last time you saw a Tour of Britain stage where it took them about 200 metres to just, to think about the sprint. It's initially, I don't think that has worked. Not having that sprints jersey, as you said, everybody will try and get that sprints jersey. Everybody, we've seen so many Tour of Britain where it's aggressive coming into the last kilometre. Everybody's really kind of sprinting for these kind of points to to get on the podium and things like that. So for me, that initial thought on that competition in the first sprint, and only one sprint of the day, they left it a little bit late.
Yeah, indeed. The peloton passing through now. Luke Rowe still on the front. And just looking at some other sprinters there, we've already talked about Olav Koy, Rory Townsend potentially, Mark Stewart, Matt Bostock. So the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team, who have that rider in the break in the form of James Fouché, have 2 or 3 options, 2 clear options, perhaps a third. Koy is the out-and-out sprinter for Jumbo-Visma, but they do have a certain Wout van Aert there, so let's see how that goes today. I couldn't tell you what's going to happen there, but I think in a straight line on a flat sprint, Koy would be the protected rider. He just is literally a sprinter, but Wout van Aert can turn his hand to pretty much everything. Other odds to look out for: the scratch race world champion from St Piran, William Tidball. And then Team DSM have got an interesting lineup here as well. Pat Bevin is there, but he's just coming out from injury. He's only raced 8 or 9 days this year as the New Zealander. But they've got Tobias Lund Andersen, who is pretty quick. He's only young, 21 years of age, and Casper van Uden as well from the Netherlands. Difficult to pick between those riders, but I think it'd be Andersen or van Uden. Tanfield, but he's in the group. And then we do have one of the biggest young talents on the scene, moving to Soudal Quickstep next year. He currently rides for Trinity Racing. That's Luke Lamperty. And then we've got Sian Fredem and Toro Gumstad from the Uno X Pro Cycling team. They always have lots of riders who can do a bunch kick particularly well. But Lamperty could be an interesting one here, couldn't he?
Yeah, indeed. Very good rider. I think we were calling him, was it 3 years ago?
Yep.
When he was up there and getting up in the bunch finishes, and no real surprise that he's been signed up and going to World Tour next year. But you mentioned the DSM team. That's even Nicholas Marco. It's one of these teams that will keep us guessing. I think in the past that we had, I think Trek Segafredo doing that, and they had Stuyven, Towns, and of course Pedersen, and they used to mix it up every time. A commentator's nightmare. So I think with DSM, I often say that it's a lot easier that when you give instruction in the morning, and you make sure that the riders know a clear plan of what they're doing, and not kind of leave it out in the road, as some people say, see how you feel out in the road. I think that just leaves too many variables. So you want to have a clear plan, and as soon as you go into a race like this or a stage. So I think they will have a clear plan. It's just we don't know that plan, and we don't know who they'll be riding for in the end, because it could be 2 or 3 riders, as you suggest.
Yeah. Of course, those plans can change on the road, but you're quite right, Brian, that there will be a plan that they stick to. There'll be a plan A, there might be a plan B. But today,
of course, that is the case. That is the case, as you say.
That's the beauty of cycling. There will be a plan, clearly, but that is the beauty of cycling, is the strength of the DS, and also the honesty of riders out on the road to say, do you know what, I just don't think I've got it today. Especially in the final, a sprinter will know if they've got the legs. As we look at Van Emden, I'm sure he's not quite putting out 725 watts just yet. There's probably more about 350 watts right now, rolling along at pretty much the same pace as the group had in front. We're now enjoying a lead of 2 minutes and 21 seconds. But yeah, plans always change on the road, and that's why communication, Brian, communication, aside from good legs, massively important, especially in this new era of cycling that we're in now, where the racing is increasingly more unpredictable, and plans often are harder to stick to.
They are, and you mentioned sometimes that some of the riders, you might go through a bad patch, and if you're talking about not feeling too good, if you've got that clear plan where it doesn't matter how you're feeling, this is what we're doing, good or bad. But I think the important thing is when you devise a plan, and I used to sit down with the whole staff pretty much. I used to have the head of each department and sit down with them, with the sports directors, and get all the information, because there could be someone carrying an injury, there could be slight illness, upset stomach, or something like that we're not aware of. So you know, if you sit down with the kind of medical staff, the coaches, the sports directors, and, you know, people that you got to remember that a lot of the riders, they might not talk too much to, you know, certain members of staff, but the people at the coalface are the soigneurs. You know, on that massage table, you can get a lot out of that, right? In fact, a lot of the masseurs and masseuses and things like that, the staff members that massage these riders, I think some of them are definitely psychologists, because, you know, a lot of the time the riders, some will be quiet, but some will open up and start talking to the soigneurs, and that forms a bond sometimes. And I know that teams I've ridden with in the past, that I actually got upgraded to a certain soigneur because I was doing better. But most of the time you've got the top riders with their specific, they will only get massaged by one person, and that's sometimes that person swaps teams as well as the rider swaps teams. So that's the important thing, and you really have to be a good listener as a soigneur, and the riders will kind of open up or sometimes not even say anything. I don't know if you were a talker, Matt, or you were just the silent type, but you build that bond with that person for that, you know, 45 minutes that you're on the table.
Well, that's the thing, because interesting, because we did, especially in our younger days, quite a few races together internationally before we went on to separate teams and went our separate ways, but still raced. But still within the team, the massage table is the quiet time, so you won't know what I was like there. That was your time on the table, and again, it's something that we don't often touch on. But yeah, especially in a longer race, or if you're suffering, not feeling good. There are lots of masseurs that I've worked with over the years in various teams that were a listening eye, and were a listening ear, should I say, especially when you're younger. You know, there'd be like a motherly or a fatherly figure to you, and you could share stuff that you wouldn't necessarily want to tell your mates, especially if you're only 19, 20, 21, away from home, and suffering in a bike race, and also having a bit of fun. So you're quite right. They're there to listen. And to answer your question, Brian, I was generally a person who did speak a bit, but I used to always look forward to massage because it was a time to really relax and just let everything just fly away. So I didn't really say that much. I was the quieter type.
Did you ever fall asleep?
Once or twice after a particularly hard race. But I used to love it. I really used to love the old massage. And most riders still have them. There's one or two high-profile riders. One of them's over at the Vuelta at the moment. Thomas de Gent, who famously doesn't have massages, but I tell you what, he's in a minority, but he's a unique rider, is Thomas, but can't see the point himself. But I used to absolutely love it, and as you say, the whole is, to go back to your point about the team, everybody has their role. Communication is crucial out on the road between the riders themselves, the DS and the rider. But once the race is finished, that communication continues and bleeds through right to every single member of the squad. And often it might be somebody who, from the outside, you wouldn't ordinarily think is important. But you're quite right, the soigneurs now, well, always have been massively important. As the mechanics, and we've got one leaning out of the window here for St Piran, having a bit of a natter. The bar is open. So, and it looks like we're getting, is that a wet wipe or a gel? No, it's a couple of gels that are being delivered here.
He's drying his hair, is he not?
Dried his beard and his hair, definitely. Nice ripple of applause from the crowd. This is where the road starts to tilt upwards just a little bit. So the flatter part of the stage, as you can see, going to go close up there of the face of Wout van Aert. But 131 k's to go, the gap holding steady at 2:11. But looking at the profile, after this relatively flattish start, we are entering a bit of a hilly phase now. The bar is open. So it's the first 30 k's in next with the bar opened. Some races, normally it's the first 50 k that you can't feed from, but here it's 30 k's, especially in these warm conditions. But then from now on, Brian, we're entering terrain that's pretty much up and down. I know on the Tour of Britain profile, it's quite an exaggerated profile, but generally speaking now, it'll be undulating for the vast majority of the day. Yeah,
it will do. You know, we're getting into a kind of interesting part, but dare I say it, Matt, I think this is the break of the day. They've been kind of held by the looks of things around about the kind of 2-minute mark. I think the biggest thing for this front group is I know that they contested a little bit on the first sprint, or the only sprint of the day, but I think it will be the King of the Mountains jersey. That'll be in the back of the mind, especially the boys from St Piran. I think they'll be kind of eyeing that up. I think definitely get themselves on that podium, so they'll be looking at that kind of competition here, because it's always a thought in the back of your mind. And I think we said, anywhere between 4 and 6, and nearest to 4 would be perfect, but no more than 6 riders. We've got 5 riders, so for the peloton this is pretty much the perfect breakaway. Same riders that started right from the start, that were kind of doing the attacking, but I think you have to have some belief that you can possibly try and stay away, and I know that Tanfield has done it in the past from a breakaway, but this does look as if this could be a bunch finish back in Manchester. But let's see what happens. I hope a team does try and kind of do something to try and kind of hurt the sprinters a little bit, but with this Ramsbottom Rake. But the thing is, it's undulating afterwards. There are a lot of kind of uncategorised climbs.
Yeah. There's the confirmation of the Hazel Grove sprint. And Tanfield taking maximum points there. James Fouché in second. Frederick Besney's in third. Kiffin and then Rootkin Gray. And there's the points distribution, 10 points for the win. As we look at some nice field art. And we're now heading deep into the country lanes. It is beautiful terrain here. Brian and myself know these lanes pretty well. And we're on one of these small uncategorised climbs now. Gaps come down ever so slightly as the pace continues to be set by the 2 big teams in this race. Jumbo-Visma in the form of Jos van Ende, now 38 years of age, and Luke Rowe, who seems older, but he's only 33 years of age, is Luke Rowe, but enormously experienced. Took a stage of this race back in 2010. That was the last edition that I rode of this race. A chaotic finish, but yeah, the road's starting to rise a little bit now as we get back to our breakaway. Some nice fan art at the side of the road, and this is what these
Van
are
Aert
the yes.
Wout van Aert.
That's it. So maybe some future stars amongst their number. Go Tom Pidcock. That's so great to see. That's what it is all about. A little kid there, young girl with a sign, Go Tom Pidcock. Absolutely superb. As the team car for the TDT Unibet cycling team comes up and has a word with this man here, Harry Tanfield. He's been in several teams over the years at a World Tour level. Started off with JLT Condor, moved over to Pedal Heaven, Bike Channel, Canyon Iceberg, which were essentially the same team. Then went to World Tour for a couple of seasons, for 3 seasons in fact, with Katusha, as he tosses a bead on out to the crowd. You can see, just see Greater Manchester over to the left-hand side, because we've come in primarily a southerly direction out of Altrincham, heading south, and now we're heading in an anti-clockwise direction, looping round to the east, then north, back over before we drop back in to Manchester and finish on the iconic Deansgate. Deansgate. The name Deansgate actually hails back from it's the River Dean, which is a river that is no longer. And this is one of the things that characterises the Tour of Britain, is these country lanes. It's the fact they are pretty technical, left and right, narrow, and it can be quite difficult, especially if the racing's full on. Not too bad at the moment. We've got this holding pattern now. But when the racing is on, though, Brian, these are the sorts of roads that can really bite you in the backside, can't they? They're very different roads, and we do talk about it every year, but I think it's important that we do. The roads in Great Britain, England, Wales, Scotland are just a little bit heavier, generally speaking, than the roads we get in Italy, France, Switzerland. Even in Spain, we've got a different sort of asphalt. There are some good surfaces, but these country lanes are a little bit harder, and the average speed for the same effort is just a little bit less, isn't it? And sometimes get toward the end of a stage, we've not had any enormous climbs, but still lots of climbing on grippy roads, and it can be quite attritional.
We take these roads for granted, I think, in this country. It's only when you start to race and ride in other parts of the world you start to kind of realise the difference in the roads. I can remember, I'm a little bit older, but I can remember going to Mallorca and the roads being kind of heavy and holes and things like that. You go there now, it's a billiard board. It's like
it's like a racetrack, isn't it?
Yeah, it's completely different. And yeah, a lot of these riders come from different parts of the world. And of course, it is like that. It's the ups and downs. It's the kind of false flats, the hidden climbs, all that sort of stuff that takes its toll. We're looking at this route this year, and it doesn't look particularly that difficult. But when you take into consideration the twists and turns of small roads and up and down all day, and we've raced in these parts of the world, you feel it in the end. It's one of these kind of slow burners that you think that it's nice and kind of easy, but it's not. It's a constant movement, and of course a lot of riders from Belgium and Holland get that as well. But there's other riders from different parts of the world. I can remember going out to the States and living in Arizona, where it was just like, I think I took in 2 or 3 roads in my training route. That was it.
Yeah, it's I think the word I generally use as we pass through Marple, another place I am very familiar with, is a grippy road surface, hard terrain. You've had a pretty fast opening 3/4 of an hour or so. I think it's fair to say I am liking this TDT Unibet cycling team livery across I love the kit, team car pops, and those the paint job on the Cannondales. Just looks fun, doesn't it? Certainly stands out. Really interesting kit. And this, I believe, Brian, as well, this team have got plans for the future to keep on building, haven't they? Because Unibet have been involved in the past. They've had professional teams maybe 15 or 20 years ago, but they're looking at building this team over the next few years.
Can they race in France?
Certain countries they can't. They have to take it. They still can't because it's basically gambling. It's a gambling website, but they can't. Yeah. They can use the jersey, but they have to take off the Unibet writing in France, which was why ultimately the original Unibet team folded, because there was no point in them existing. And it was a very new ruling, wasn't it, that came in when a friend of ours, Jeremy Hunt, was riding for them back in the day, wasn't he?
Yeah, it was white and green livery they had in the past, and I was a little bit surprised. I was covering the race and saw that the Unibet team was there, because I thought, like you just mentioned, that they didn't like the fact that they couldn't advertise, and that was the whole part of why they were getting involved with the sports. So it's nice to see them back.
Yeah, it certainly is. With the Versney's just on the back, just locking himself back onto the wheel there. A little bit of caution is applying, especially on these technical little descents that we're seeing. So the gap now steadying at 2 minutes and 3 seconds. If you've just joined us, welcome. This is the opening stage of this year's Tour of Britain, the 19th edition of this race. We started in Altrincham and we're finishing in Manchester. Those two places, as you may know, aren't that too far apart. We've got a 163-kilometre loop in an anti-clockwise direction, south, east, north, looping back round, as we get a glimpse of several fans there, more than that, in a pub garden. Ideal. Oh, nearly the wrong way there by one of the riders of St Piran. Thankfully, he deviated immediately, but we've got 5 riders out of the break, as you can see, with a gap of 2 minutes and 14 seconds. 2 riders from the domestic British team, St Piran, are in the mix. 2 very talented riders indeed, Zeb Kiffin and Jack Rootkin-Gray. Also there, James Boucher of New Zealand. He's in the purple kit of Bolton Equities. We're looking at Frederick Versney's here of Uno X, the Uno X Pro Cycling Team. And also in this group out in front, Harry Tanfield, 28 years of age now, riding for the TDT Unibet Cycling Team. And the squad that are keeping the lid on things, or the 2 squads that are keeping a lid on things behind right now, are the Ineos Grenadiers. It's Luke Rowe who's doing most of the pulling for them, and also the team in yellow and black, the Washbis kit, as we're used to saying now, Jos van Emden doing the chasing behind, and 208. So Brian, just back to our earlier points, I didn't expect this lead to get above 2.5 minutes, and that is what's happening here. We might see a little bit of an easing off through the main feed zone of the day, but these World Tour teams now know that they cannot give these breakaways too much of a lead.
No, they're taking control straight away. They don't want any banana skins at all. They don't want to give themselves a hard time, so they know that there's teams of 6, and that's the important thing, and that's why it depicts how many riders that, they would like to have in the breakaway. Of course, they cannot stop other riders from trying to infiltrate, but you can have, especially at the starts, a kind of influence. And if you've got numbers towards the start, then you can kind of police things, just kind of follow the moves and, shake of the head that you're not going to contribute. And, we had a little bit of activity right from the start. I think both Matt and myself thought it would continue on a little bit, but it looks as if it was a perfect scenario. The teams that wanted to get in the breakaway have got themselves in the breakaway. And I think St. Piran and the Black were the team that first started the attacks, and they've got 2 riders in the breakaway. So, box ticked for them. So, they're happy. Tanfield is happy because he's here. He won the first sprint. Bolton and the Purple, they were quite active as well. So, they're happy. A little bit of smiling, and, in this kind of small climb. We did mention that there's a lot of uncategorised climbs. And we see here Tanfield here. He just putting in a small gear, and that's what you have to do. You have to think about conservation of energy. Maybe not the longest of stages at 163.6, but with a lot of these uncategorised climbs, especially these kind of small, sharp ones, they will hurt the legs come the end. So it's about energy conservation and putting it in a small gear. Of course, when you're feeling good, that's the thing you have to kind of teach yourself, that save your energy, keep the gap down, keep the gears down, and save the energy in the legs, because it's all cumulative fatigue in the end. And it's not just about today, it's over the next few days. Mentioned it before, in my experiences, that it was always kind of very, very difficult to race against the kind of top teams in the world. As you were kind of a developing rider, you can compete with them for a few days, but a lot of the World Tour races, especially the ones that we cover on GCN here, that they are really maybe 1 or 2 kilometres faster than a lot of these races that these riders do themselves. So and as you could talk about the problem here, it looks like for Mark Stewart just having a gear situation here. Could be a change of a bike for the man from Scotland, nice and easy. So they have got a rider in the breakaway, but Mark Stewart's taking this opportunity with a gear problem just to kind of change his bike. Mark has made a really good name for himself on track racing. He's been racing well, of course. I covered the race recently in the Tour of Denmark, where he went for kind of one of the stages, one of the strongest riders in that. But I think I was saying at the time, Matt, about Mark Stewart. I think he has had a really nice track career, but he's one of these riders that can compete at the highest level in track racing and endurance racing. But also the fact that I think, given the opportunity, he's not getting any younger. Just given that opportunity, and maybe a World Tour team for a couple of seasons might bring the kind of best out of him, because a lot of these riders, the races that they race, and I don't know what the average speed is of the races we have in the UK, but the World Tour teams day in, day out are riding 1 or 2 kilometres an hour faster. So when you do that, that does make a difference over a few days.
Yep, it certainly does. Well, this is an example of the sorts of climbs that we'll be going over today. And this one isn't even categorised. The first climb comes in about 24 kilometres time. And that climb is the climb of Grains Bar. And that's a
bit of
second
history for you as well,
yep.
Matt. I just remembered Altrincham. Do you remember any kind of famous riders from the local cycling club?
Oh, you're going to catch me out now, but I do. But I'm having to go through the filing cabinet, my dusty filing cabinet in my brain, and I can't quite get it to work properly. So you'll have to let me know.
A former British champion that's actually managed a team that used to ride in black.
Oh, John Herity.
Yes.
Of course, yeah. I think John might be in the car actually today. I think it's Matt Bramier might be in the car actually. John and Matt. So John Herity, former British road champion, professional road champion, went on to manage multiple teams in the UK, and is back now with the Great Britain team. He was sent out to do the Tour de l'Avenir recently. I think Matt Bramier is on the road with the team for this race. But yeah, John Herity, I should have known that, shouldn't I? Of course, lived in the middle of which area as well, so know these roads like the absolute back of his hand. But the gap's come down here, Brian. 1 minute and 33 seconds. I don't think the chase hasn't just increased. These riders are clearly just taking these climbs a little bit easier, because it's very easy to push yourself into the red. So they're clearly riding pretty smart. The pace behind hasn't really changed. I don't think the bunch want to catch these riders just yet. In fact, they'll just want to catch them as near to the finish as they can. But they're just backing things off to pick it up over the top, and that's what we're seeing increasingly, is riders understanding the science of a breakaway, aren't we? Backing off on the climb.
Year?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Alex Richardson.
Oh, brilliant! I'll talk about that. Yeah, it was a brilliant strategy.
Yeah, they got it right from the start. They just decided that, we get together and we play it, and you were just about to allude to that. The breakaway riders, you just don't get in a breakaway, get together and head down, backside up, and away you go for the day. It's all about where you push and where you conserve, and it was clear right from the bottom of that climb that they had a clear plan that they're just going to put it in small gear, conserve that energy, just ride up these climbs. And now that the peloton realise that's what they're doing, they're doing exactly the same.
Yeah, backing off a little bit. They'll use two riders for probably half of this stage today. As you can look at Tom Pidcock, putting out just over 300 watts. Again, nothing that these riders can't cope with at all. It probably won't even be that painful. Just conserving that pace. And actually, one of the first, we haven't really talked about Trinity Racing just at the back there. They've got a new kit for this race, the Trinity team. We did mention them, Luke Lamperty, but we're looking at Oliver Rees at the moment. But the Trinity Racing squad, just for this race, have got a limited edition jersey, Brian, and a new custom paint job, which they're very good at doing for this race. And all profits from the sale of those jerseys, which you can buy on the Trinity Racing shop, go towards cyclists fighting cancer. So a wonderful reason to have a jersey change. They've been a fantastic team over the last few years. Massively important squad. Tom Pidcock, Thomas Glow, to name a couple of riders that have passed through their ranks. Luke Lamperty's here. He'll be moving up to the World Tour next year. But a lovely project for this race, Brian.
They are. I think originally they were set up just to kind of look after Tom Pidcock in his career and help kind of develop him, and it just kind of grew from there. And I know Andrew pretty well, Andrew McQuaid, and he's done a great job. He initially was management company, managing a lot of the kind of top riders in the world, but decided that they wanted to look after Tom Pidcock in his career, his early career, and that's how the kind of team set its way. Of course, that putting money into a team, finding sponsors, it's always kind of very difficult, and it's pretty much a full-time job in its own. So is managing riders. So I think perseverance and the help and the support and things like that of a team like that. It's one of these teams that a lot of the kind of young talent goes in it and then moves up with the help of Andrew to World Tour team. So it's a very important team to have, and this is what we need. We were talking and mentioned earlier on about the British scene not having anything. If you were a British rider now, a road rider, there's no real pathway. You have to kind of find your own. With the demise of the British Cycling Academy and things like that, I know that finances come into it, and it's not all about road cycling. It's about managing that budget across many disciplines, and looking after membership. I just feel that sometimes, and I don't know what your view is, Matt, but I just feel a little bit that there's a lot of cyclists that maybe aren't too interested in racing. They want to get involved with events, but it's not racing that the real interest is for them. And of course, if there's kind of lack of interest in racing, the very limited races, what is the pathway? Because I kind of helped a young Scot called Callum Johnson, and he did a lot of it on his own. Now he's riding second division in Spain for Caja Rural, but he done most of that on his own. So I know that we have plenty of tracks in this country, and it's a great thing, and we're producing world-class bike riders. But for the roads, what is the pathway for a lot of these kind of younger? So that's why it's important that kind of Trinity Racing and various other kind of development teams are there.
Indeed, and the Trinity Racing, as well as racing domestically in multiple disciplines as well, which came from, the ideology was because of Tom Peacock as a rider. It's offering him a platform, the equipment, the kit, the sponsorship in the early days before he became an absolute phenomenon and a superstar, to give him that leg up. But they've continued that, so the sorts of riders they get through has a road focus, but they're out riding the World Mountain Bike Series. They're doing cyclocross. They race all year. They get media training as well, but they have a very, very good international race program as well. One of the best, actually, as do St Piran as well. Constantly racing abroad. One of the reasons being they want to do big races like this, but also, unfortunately, there aren't as many races, and the domestic scene isn't in a good place. One of the events that's gone on for a long time, organised by Sweet Spot, who organised the Tour of Britain, the Tour Series has now disappeared. We hope that will come back.
We lost a team, didn't we, this year because of
exactly.
If you're a British sponsor of a British team, you want to get some ROI back. How do you get that if races are disappearing? And the Tour Series never happened this year. That's a lot of value time for a lot of sponsors. So if you lose that, Matt, and you don't have any other ROI for a sponsor, why should you sponsor a British domestic team? And it's okay saying to some of these sponsors, yeah, but we're getting results over here and here and here. Well, it doesn't really matter, because certain sponsors might not have any interest in any other parts of the world or even in Europe. So they're only interested in putting money into a cycling team to get a return, and unfortunately that's not happening. So that the whole business in the UK of domestic cycling is on its hands and knees at the moment, and I really don't know the answer. I know that in the past there was a road commission looking after that, and they've now set up a task force. But if the road commission and some of the riders maybe that have been on that road commission are now in this task force, and how, my question is, and I think I've got a meeting coming up with the new CEO of British Cycling, that you've had a task force for so many years, and it's made no difference at all. Now you're setting up a task force, do I believe, and it's led by Ed Clancy. I hope it makes a difference, but the Roads Commission didn't do anything for many years. It's just been on the decline. And so having this new task force, will it make any difference? I hope it does, but I can't really see it.
We'll see. You have to give them an opportunity, of course, Brian, but as I say, I think it's important that I didn't realise that had been established, actually, and Ed will think it will be a good figurehead in driving some change. Of course, Ed, multiple Olympic champion, great road rider back in the day, incredible talent, and especially in criteriums, as we see. Rider just chasing back on here. Was this a move to get off the front? I'm not quite sure where this rider's... No, there we go. It was a very strange... I didn't think he was attacking off the front with several bidons in his back pocket. I thought that is a strange move. It's not that hot a day, but that was Paddy Bevin, actually. Paddy Bevin's had a problematic year. Hardly in races at all, but a real talent, Paddy Bevin, but clearly on bottle duty today, looking after the younger contingent in his team. It's a very young team here, the DSM Thermonic team. Paddy Bevin from New Zealand is by far the eldest at 32. The rest of the squad, all under 24 years of age. As the pace just goes out a little bit, and you can see what they're doing here on this undulating terrain as the road ebbs and flows in terms of gradient, really pressing on the flatter sections and using that momentum on the downhills and then knocking it off on the climbs here. The same is being applied to the front as we get a good look at this compact peloton here at the Tour of Britain. A great look at the Global 6 team there as well. Nicolas Sessler of Brazil amongst their number. And then we're looking at number 1, Gonzalo Serrano of Spain. Last year's winner. I think it was fair to say it was a little bit of a surprise win, but when you look at where he won the stages and the attritional nature of the race, especially towards the back end, it was a superb performance, Brian, wasn't it? Especially putting Tom Pidcock away in the sprint. I think Tom Pidcock, I do remember the interview, was taken a bit by surprise, but he was basically outpowered by the stronger man on that particular day. So, and with those time bonuses, Serrano was a very deserving winner last year.
He was. It was obviously cut short, the Tour of Britain last year. But I think memory serves me right that, you know, they made a mistake. You know, Omar Fraile was there kind of trying to lead out. And I think Tom Pidcock in that stage you're talking about was super confident. And that's something that he uses, but I think he's maturing to not take, you know, riders for granted. Maybe a little bit surprised, but you know, if you cover many of the races, you understand that Serrano is a, you know, good bike rider, quick rider in some of these uphill finishes. I remember a stage of a race in Spain a couple of years ago, exceptional finish. But yeah, no real surprise to some, but a surprise to many last year, but a deserved winner. Bottle duty man again.
Well, Wout van Aert, how many's he got there? He's got 2 down his back, 2 in the cages, not utilising the pockets there. Looks like his pockets are relatively full, but yeah, Wout van Aert are on the bottle duty today. That won't cause him too much harm or distress as he gradually just picks his way through. He'll be given a lot of room, a rider like that. We're talking about riders and the lack of a patron in the peloton, so somebody who takes up the well, I'm not exactly, it's an unspoken agreement, the old the patron situation, a rider that would basically take up leadership or supposed leadership and generally on their own shoulders. Fabian Cancellara is probably the last rider to do that, and no longer riding, of course, as a pro, but there's a future pro. Another little race on the right hand side where we've seen this in the past. Look at that smiling face there out of the saddle. I tell you what, now that is a fast pair of reels from that young lady on the right hand side. We will definitely see her in the pro peloton, I'd imagine, in the next few years. And I think she almost gave the breakaway a turn there, Bri.
Yes, it's good to see. I think we, you know, famously we saw it happen last year in the race into Edinburgh, and I think, you know, even if she's done it off her own back there, or actually was watching the race last year, that's inspiration in itself. Welcome to Vegas. But yeah, it's, you know, it's nice to see both, and I think that's something that I've noticed as well from cycling. That's, you know, over the many years we have seen a sport, especially just kind of out riding bikes and things like sport, dominated by males. So many females out riding now, and it's great. Even at the Ironman Wales, so many females. I think it was almost maybe 60-40 from where I was looking, and it's great. So many you know, bikes out and around and things like that. But I think that the main thing is, you know, a lot of youngsters getting out there, and I don't know what it's like for you, you know, living in Derby now, but definitely in my part of the world, that's the one thing that I don't look forward to sometimes, is battling with the traffic. You know, I was out in Spain for a couple of weeks there, just north of Murcia, and never had any problems at all. Came back, jumped on my bike and went out, and I just, it's night and day. It's just you're battling with the traffic again, and that's the thing that puts some people off.
It's one of the biggest blockers. There's a recent study, well, I say recent, a couple of years ago, one of the big studies done domestically in the UK on one of the reasons why women don't go out on the roads and ride their bike. And the biggest reason that was the blocker was the fact they didn't feel safe because of the traffic. That is slowly changing. We've got a lot more infrastructure now, bike lanes built up. But I agree with you, Brian. I lived for 3 or 4 years near Hampton Court in Surrey. Lovely part of the world, but And there are some lovely roads out in the Surrey Hills. As you well know, you've been out there and ridden a lot of events and raced in the past. But it's quite busy. It gets more than quite busy. And there's a definite attitude there amongst a certain quarter of the community as well. There's a bit of a them and us situation in relation
Do you know
to...
what, Mark?
But to answer your question, sorry, Bright, move up into Derbyshire now. It is like night and day. I'm within a mile. I'm in the foothills of the Peak District. Hardly see a car. And as a bike rider, I do feel, it's I feel more at home and I feel safer. Yeah.
No, I was taking my lad to rugby training, and there was a car behind, boy racer, trying to get by me. There was a cyclist I was sat behind in this small road, and the reason why we go on these small roads is to get away from the traffic. And then there was this pickup truck, and he's beeping a horn at me to go past the cyclist, and I wanted to give the cyclist plenty of room. He was so frustrated that when I overtook, the car behind me overtook, and then he overtook a car coming towards him, had to slam on his brakes to avoid them, and that's the sort of stuff that I'm talking about. In Spain, there was two, I would say two, I'm not going to say one, there's two, obviously tourists going over there and didn't know the rules, but every car gave me at least 1.5 meters. They went out, and okay, there's a lot more infrastructure put in, which is great to see, and of course everybody moans about getting into city centres and things like that, and one ways, and giving cyclists all this kind of road space and things like that. But I think it's needed, and like you say, I was a member of a gym just before lockdown, and I used to be in a spin class with about 50, 40 of them would be females, and they knew I was a cyclist, and they said, and we had general chats about it, in the summer, possibly arranging a ride out, because they didn't feel safe about going out on their own.
Yeah, it is a big blocker, but things are slowly changing, depending on the city. I've noticed a lot more bike lanes in London, for example, and only this weekend and this morning, because I'm broadcasting at the moment from Eurosport GCN Discovery headquarters in London. And part of my commute this morning was on an e-bike, because it's just great to get around before I hopped on the tube. But that things are changing. But as I say, depending on where you are in the country, is a massive factor as well. And I have the privilege of living just at the foot of the Peak District now, which is a wonderful, wonderful location. The race doesn't actually go through the Peak District this year. Skirts the edge of it today. And actually, we're not a million miles away from it, although we're now heading up a little bit, heading in a gradually northerly direction. The Pennines over to the right-hand side, actually. But another one of these long drags here, as Harry Tanfield just takes a musette, rummages around inside, gets a bottle, but we might as well just take a look at what we've got to come. Another stage 2 tomorrow, Wrexham to Wrexham. A big loop around, relatively short distance actually, 109k, so short and sweet, Brian, tomorrow's stage, but pretty flat, only 1/3 category climb. Again, roads we know very well, goes into Cheshire, a bit of Shropshire. Again, the roads that we would, when we weren't going out into the Peak District, we'd head out that way, head out in more of a westerly direction from our relative basis 35 years ago in Cheshire. Wrexham to Wrexham. The following stage, we're heading right over the other side of the country. We're starting off in Goole, and we go through the East Riding area, another beautiful neck of the woods, and we finish in Beverley, where we had some big races back in the past. The National Road Championships was held in Beverley back about 10 years ago or so. Stage 4, Sherwood Forest to Newark, so my neck of the woods, Derbyshire and Nottinghamshire primarily, and that is another pretty flat stage. Then we go Felixstowe to Felixstowe, so again a completely different neck of the wood. That is pretty much as flat as a pancake. Southend-on-Sea then to Harlow, 1/3 category climb, and the profile pretty flat as well. And then the first time we've actually had a stage in Gloucestershire ever in the race, Tewkesbury to Gloucester, 170 k's. That comes next Saturday. There are a couple of conks at the end. I mean, it's a neck of the woods and a place that me and Brian would have raced in a lot. There was a race called Tour of the Cotswolds, one of the long gone one-day classics. Did a big loop, and that was a magnificent race, and that'll be going over terrain that me and Brian are also familiar with. There's a little steep climb near the end, but then the Queen stage of the race is on the final stage. We start in Margam Country Park and we end up in Caerphilly, 166.8 k's, but with the climb of Caerphilly Mountain on 2 occasions on a finishing circuit, which should sort things out and might provide, save for the stage before, unless we do get any big splits and some interesting racing, it will all hinge on the Caerphilly stage. So that is what lies ahead. So Brian, what stands out for you? What actually, before I let you answer, what stands out for me is this is quite a flat Tour of Britain. Let's be honest with you. Looking at the profile, that's our job, to deconstruct this race. It's one of the flattest Tour of Britons I've seen in quite a few years.
I think they would go through stages. I can remember a flattish one as well. When you looked at it, there was hills, but I think it was one that's Edouard Boasson-Hagen was winning quite a few stages. The profile looked okay. I think over the last few years they've started to look at it being maybe a little bit hillier, and then they've kind of drawn it right back again, because I think in the early days of the Tour of Britain they were kind of hoping to, and it was more on the what we talked about, working in race direction, that it's so difficult when a race is split up, over several groups. What you want to do in race direction and race control is to make sure that the riders are safe no matter where they are, and to hear that there's riders 15 minutes behind in live traffic is not music to the ears when you're working there, and you have to make sure that you have got motorbikes and kind of energy in place and things that are looking after that. So I think in the early years it was not too difficult, because it's a lot harder to control a race when it's split over several groups than it is to have a breakaway in a bunch. The easiest is when the whole bunch is together, but then again there was one stage that went through, I think, Blackpool at one stage, and there was 14 minutes between the breakaway and the peloton, and that was just, we were pulling our hair out how to manage 2 bubbles at that time. So it was very, very difficult. So I think slowly but surely, in the education of the public, people start to understand a little bit better. They could make the stages a little bit harder, and they did, and we've had some kind of hard stages. We don't have, and I think in the Tour of Denmark, they named the King of the Mountains competition the King of the Hills. We don't have mountains in this part of the world. Real mountains. I was asking, what's the difference between a hill and a mountain? I think someone got in contact with me and said, I think it's about 1,000 feet, I think it was. Anything over 1,000 feet is a mountain. Anything under that is a hill. I don't know if that's true or not, but what is the difference between a mountain and a hill? There's certainly plenty of hills in this part of the world, of course. But at the same time, I think the Tour of Britain... No, they're not speaking. I don't understand.
No.
Speaking Dutch. What I don't understand, what I do understand, is the fact that the Tour of Britain, the biggest gripe, this, Matt, is the travelling. And I know that there's a lot of parts of Britain who said, well, it's not a Tour of Britain because you're not going to Scotland, or it's not a Tour of Britain because you're not going to Wales. It's not a Tour of Britain because you're not going to a certain area of the country. So it's very difficult, and I think for the riders, the least amount of travel that they do between stages is probably the best. And as we know in Britain, the further you get down south in any races and you're using kind of public roads, it's kind of hard to get around, with the traffic. Say for instance, it took me, I left southeast in kind of Orpington, Bromley, that area, and it took me probably almost 2 hours to go onto the M4 on my way to Tenby in South Wales, and then it was from there it was 3 hours to Tenby. Everybody was just in and around the M25, so anything around London area you've just get stuck in traffic and things like that, so it's always a problem. But I think the travel here is not so bad. I think the stages you've just gone over, Matt, means that the travelling distances and times and things like that is quite a nice race. But you know, every kind of second year it used to start in Scotland, but the logistics of all this happening and getting around, and you got to remember that for the riders, they just fly in to wherever they have to fly in. It's all the you know, the buses, the trucks, you know, getting the staff and things like that to these certain parts, because even all the way up to Aberdeen, it's pretty much a bit of a trek up there. It finished up there. Yeah. Then it was supposed to be finishing in the Isle of Wight. So there is, you know, logistical reasons why some people kind of moan and groan about it.
And there's some a nice logistical situation there. It looks like they've turned the front garden into a pub garden, which is great. What more could you want, though, on a lovely summer's day, on a Sunday, watching a bike race go by. A couple of people have already messaged me to say that's what they're doing over the next few days. And one chap messaged me to say that the race is going past his front door, a chap I used to work with many years ago. So he's going to camp outside and watch. But we're coming towards the first categorised climb of the day today. And that comes at 99 k's to go. So only 6 k's before we hit the top of the climb. And it's a pretty nasty one. It's a Grains Bar, 2.7 k's at 5.2%. Steeper at the bottom, then it's just a drag over the top. But the gap now has gone out again to 1 minute and 46 seconds. And you can see the terrain that we're going to be heading up into. It's the longest climb of the day today, or the longest categorised climb. The second climb far shorter, but far steeper, as we continue to see. Well, there's a Flandrian flag. It's almost the Flanders flag, Brian. It's synonymous with racing in Belgium, but it's just cycling, isn't it?
Yeah.
Where, I mean, there probably isn't a Belgian person where, you know, there's loads of Belgians in the race, but the Flandrian flag, I think it's fair to say, has been adopted by the world of cycling as just it's a unifying flag, isn't it? I know the flag itself, because there are a couple of different iterations which we won't go into now, can be a little bit problematic, but ultimately the main Flandrian flag has just been adopted by cycling, isn't it? Yeah,
when you see the flag, you think cycling. It's as simple as that. I was just reading a message there from James Allen. Thank you. It says mountains are 2,000 feet, just over 600 metres.
So not many of those.
So that's the case. We don't have many mountains in Britain.
No. It's,
so we're going to call it. Are we going to call it the King of the Hills? Are we going to go with that trend?
Well, we better go with what it's called. I mean, I agree with. I totally agree with you. I think King of the Hills. I think it's more the heritage from other races, isn't it? Of course, we draw all of our names, the classifications from the Tour de France. You know, which in turn determined what went on in the Tour of Italy and in the Vuelta, which is of course ongoing at the moment. But yeah, I think so. I think we should be honest and just own it. It's a hilly country. It's not mountains. It's King of the Hills. I'd vote for that.
A certain Sean Kelly roused me all the time because in my amateur day, you remember we used to ride a kind of Nissan Classic and things like that. And he always remembers this story. You know, when I went over there, and you know, I was an amateur rider. Another bit of a gear problem. Just a lot of these riders just, you know, putting it into small gears coming down. We've had a problem with Mark Stewart mechanical, so it's just some small mechanicals. But yeah, you know, when and wherever we get together and reminisce about certain things, and you know, I was rib him a little bit about. You remember that time? I was only 19 years old, over in the Nissan Classics, you know, taking points, leading the King of the Mountains competition, and he just turns around and looks at me and go, King of the Hills. So
that's classically Sean.
All the time it's like Sean. King of the Hills.
Funnily enough, Brian, on my way buying my lunch this morning, I bumped into King Kelly in the co-op. Anyway, I've not seen him for ages, so it's nice to see Sean, of course, broadcasting on the Vuelta at the moment. The race hasn't quite started yet.
What was he buying?
A Diet Coke. Other brands are available, but he bought a Diet Coke, is the legend that is Sean Kelly. So we're heading towards the bottom of the climb now. Great crowds here. Absolutely superb. You can play bingo if you want at home as we pass through Uppermill, because I will be saying great crowds, as will Brian, a lot of times every single day. So, and I'm not even going to apologise for it. I might deviate and say wonderful crowds, brilliant crowds, big crowds, but the crowds are a feature of this race. The race wouldn't be the Tour of Britain without it, and I think we can safely say I think especially in the last 10 years, Brian, maybe a little bit before that, in the days when Bradley Wiggins was winning this race and Mark Cavendish was winning stages of the Tour of Britain until 2011, 2012. That was when this race really changed, and it hasn't actually subsided. The support this race gets at the side of the road, regardless of where it goes, surprised me when I raced it first, then as a DS, now as a commentator. It constantly, and we're privileged to have been around a lot. We've raced, commentate regular races, but the crowds in the Tour of Britain rival pretty much anywhere in the world. Okay, they're not up mountains, but it's just the amount of people that come to the side of the road, every little village, every town, and in the cities. They're there in their thousands.
I've seen it evolve through the years. You know, it used to amaze me why people would be stopped by the police that's in the road and just leave their car and just sit in their car. The race would pass, to getting out their car, getting out the car, taking a photograph, getting the car off the road. All this, just the involvement of spectators. And like you say, we were in an era where if you were out shopping, you might see a bike race pass by, and you would look around and go, "What's this?" Now look at it. You know, Brits are educated now that they know it's coming through. Plenty of publicity about it. Some people might not like it, some people do, but in general, people will come out and, you know, see the race. You know, and we see most people going up climbs. Most people will maybe come to a start, definitely at the finish, and I'm expecting huge crowds in Manchester. This is a race, of course, that, you know, always attracts a lot of the kind of top riders and top teams. A lot of them would be, you know, possibly riding this race and then going straight out to the World Championships, although this year is somewhat different. The World Championships have already been, but it still does attract a lot of the top teams. And if you listen to the teams, I think one of the main gripes would be the logistics of, you know, the transfers and things like that. I don't think it's that bad this year.
No.
But you come to the Tour of Britain, you always know that you're almost guaranteed a decent hotel, some good racing. I'm not going to say too much about the weather, right? But we're just going to part that up. But yeah, it's always kind of good preparation for the World Championships, and you know, it's just a nice race, and you know, and safe, and you know, I just mentioned, you know, nice hotels. That's one of the most important things for a lot of the riders. Believe it or not,
it is, isn't it? Oh, blimey. Yeah, generally speaking. Well, actually, not generally speaking, exclusively speaking. I mean,
you work at the you know, ASO's Tour de France, and you get Kyriads, and you think,
it's quite
Formula
varied.
One.
It's quite varied.
Campanile.
Oh yeah, it's quite varied. The Giro's been interesting as well, but generally speaking, no, it's the riders are looked after here. That's a constant, and one of the big takeaways from pretty much every rider is the fact they enjoy coming to the Tour of Britain. It's a hard race, but they enjoy it. And the transfers are the same for everybody. But I agree. It's only a week long. That's the thing. If this was a Grand Tour, if it was the Tour of Britain over 3 weeks, then the transfers would be less, because you could sew the country together quite easily. But bearing in mind we only have 8 days, and the fact that Britain does contain Wales and Scotland as well as England, it is very difficult to do everything, to get into Wales, to get into the southwest or the south of England and Scotland as well. So every year we'll see when Scotland, we don't go to Scotland this year, but when we generally might spend 2 or 3 days there before moving down, and the race will be a more northern race, and when it's more in the southwest, we won't go into Scotland, and Wales is the same. But this year we do go into Gloucestershire for the first time, which is incredible. We've got a finish in Gloucestershire. But I've noticed this year as well, today, Altrincham, Manchester, as we hear the roars of the crowds. Well, let's just focus on the climb now, actually. We can talk about the logistics of the race a little bit later on. But we are on to the first categorised climb of the day. It is Grange Bar. I'm familiar with most of the roads on today's.
I'd agree. I know what you're going to say, Mark.
I don't know this one. Do you? Do you know this one, Grange Bar? I might have ridden up it, but not known the name of it.
That's what I was about to say. I know Ramsbottom, but we may have raced over this, but sometimes we don't pick up the name.
Yeah.
Or we've raced up it and they've maybe called it a different name, or we've just raced up it and they've just called it a hill. But definitely there's a lot of roads around here that we've raced on, and it's just the naming side of things, because I looked at it the same as you. When I read the name, I thought, I don't recognise this.
Yeah.
I've raced in this part of the world a lot, but I've not recognised this climb. Let's see once I get on it to see if I've kind of raced up it. Because obviously a lot of these kind of roads are very familiar, whether you're trained or raced over it. But I just got a question about, I know there's a fair bit to go to the top of this climb about NAG. You'll notice them, they've got they're not police motorbikes. They're the National Escort Group, and what their job is to do. And I think in this race, I'm not too sure, there used to be about 50 of them. And what they do is they create the bubble. They're the motorcyclists that are constantly, they're numbered. You can see some of them are on duties of, just signalling dangers. But they create the bubble. So they are moving forward, stopping at all the junctions. And what happens is they take over from each other. So it's a kind of moving escort group that are in front. So they'll stop any cars at junctions. And when the next kind of couple of motorbikes come up, they move off. And then the other ones take over their position, and it's constant moving. You've seen some of them kind of overtaking the peloton. It's their job is to keep the road safe, because you've got the race director's car right at the front. So the race director will signify that's pretty much there's a small, maybe 200 metres between them and the peloton. So it's their job, the motorbikes, to make sure that road is clear in front, and all groups are kind of looked after. I think the NEG are absolutely phenomenal in what they do, and my work in the Tour of Britain for, I think, about 14 years in a row, what they do is incredible to watch. And to you look at this peloton now, but 5 minutes in front of this peloton, it could be absolute chaos, Matt. With cars on the road and maybe cars coming up to junctions, things like that. They just make this look easy, and I know it's a very, very difficult job to do.
It is. It's an exceptionally complicated job to do, but it's a vital job, constantly moving back and forwards because of this vacuum. They don't have the luxury like they do in the Tour de France or even the Giro, having roads that are closed for 3 or 4 hours. And they are locked down, but for a short period of time. And that becomes very hard. Just back to your point earlier on, Brian, about these road riders being left to their own devices if they're outside of a certain time, and the amount of resource you've got at your disposal. I remember on a stage to Stoke-on-Trent that went through the Peak District several years ago. The race was all over the place, and I was race controller, and what you're trying to do is make sure that the riders have support, neutral service, which is hard when the field is decimated, spread over 20-25 minutes, but still in the technical time gap, not going to be eliminated. But they need to make sure that they're supported as well. So distributing the resource, a finite amount of resource, is quite a challenging role, because there are police to deploy, but there are also NEG to deploy. But in a situation like this, they would just be going backwards and forwards, making sure that the traffic is stopped and that the race can pass through as safely as possible without any risk to the riders and to the general public. But again, the race could not happen. And we've got lots of several stages today. Altrincham, Manchester. We've got Folkestone, and then we've got Wrexham. But that just illustrates again that it looks as though, and the Tour de France did it. The Tour de France founded it a little bit, reducing the carbon emissions and the carbon footprint, and doing a loop, and it actually is slightly easier to maintain because you're not crossing borders either. So you're working with one local authority, which is easier to manage as well. It appears to me that there are multiple factors that are impacting the course design here. Some of them economic, some of them safety, and then at the same time you want a race that's exciting as well and offers up a proposition worthy of this race. Well, all that chat has taken us to 500 metres to go. Who's going to go for this one? The road continues to ride to the line. As you can see, hardly any wind at all. Great crowds at the side of the road here, Brian. But 500 metres to go. It looks as if the man at the back, James Fouché, has got the best seat at the moment.
Yeah, he was foiled, wasn't he, in the sprint? I would think that Jack Rook and Gray would possibly be my choice. I think having two riders in the breakaway, St. Piran and the Black, I think they want to kind of guarantee that they'll be on the podium at the end of the stage.
And here we go. Big launch here from Zeb Kiffin. Kiffin has gone clear. Still a long way to go, but Kiffin has opened up a bit of a gap, but straight on his wheel was his New Zealander. Got into the slipstream of the British rider. So St. Piran versus Bolton Equities. A Black spoke now as we head towards the top of the climb. This is a long, drawn-out effort, but Fouché has got that real punch there, accelerates clear, and this time he makes no mistake. Continues to pile on the pressure, looks under his arm, finds another sprocket and goes. A slight headwind over the top here, you can just see the Welsh Dragon there. But Fouché just making sure with minimal effort he can take this one. He eases up and moves into lead in the King of the Mountains. So the second category climb taken there by James Fouché. Second place there by Zeb Kiffin. So a well-timed sprint, and there's not really much that Kiffin could offer up there. A proper, crisp, smart acceleration there from this man.
Yeah, he did look good, didn't he? Foiled in the sprint before from Tanfield, but he did look super strong. He was at the back, he was waiting for the move, and it was quite obvious that it was going to come from either of the two riders from St. Piran. It was, in fact, Kiffin, as you already mentioned, but he went super early there. Fouché was straight onto him, and it was just a moment of, you know, when he was going to accelerate again. He does look good, so I know he's got a bit of a kick on him, the Kiwi, but you know, this is again, just watching from the back, Kiffin went very early. Fouché looks behind. He knew at this stage that he had the better acceleration, and just kind of waited. And when he saw the top of the climb, as you always do, you never kind of know where it is until you get eyes on it. The acceleration here, he won that quite easily in the end. Second category climb, of course. You still got first category, a lot shorter, a lot steeper. But Fouché has put himself right in the driving seat now for this King of the Hills competition.
He certainly has. There you go. Into a block headwind as well, which made it a little bit easier for Fouché when he got onto the wheel of Zeb Kiffin. And as you say, as soon as he did get the wheel, you could see him ease. And on a climb into a headwind, if you do get tucked in right behind, you save so much more energy. We don't often talk about aerodynamic advantage on steep climbs, but if there is a headwind, you will save a lot of energy by sitting on the wheel. But he jumped across quickly and then made his move, and it was pretty definitive, to be fair. But James Fouché, 25 years of age, from Christchurch, New Zealand, recently took the King of the Mountains in the Tour de Poitou-Chiron in France, won the Ronde de l'Oise last year. He's a good climber, but a pretty decent all-rounder, twice the national road race champion of New Zealand as well. So a classy campaigner, just like this man on the front. This is Jos van Emden. Still only been two riders who've been setting the tempo today, and Jos van Emden has been one of them. The experienced Dutchman, along with the man from Ineos Grenadiers, Luke Rowe, setting that tempo behind. The lead has gone out a little bit now to 2 minutes and 14. As we just see a dinosaur, a T-Rex on the left-hand side, but no teeth bared by this man, as our breakaway now plummet down the other side. It's quite a long descent, actually. Kicks up again at the bottom. Got another uncategorised climb, or a couple of significant uncategorised climbs before the next hill of the day, and that comes in approximately 20 kilometres time, 24 kilometres time. Now the next climb comes with 70.6 k's to go, and as we were talking about earlier on, it's only 0.9 kilometres long, but very steep, and the scene of the National Hill Climb Championships. Will we see some action from behind, Brian? I don't think so. Just got the feeling this race already, you have that feeling in your stomach, you know what a race is going to be like. It does feel, without wanting to try and predict too much and take away the mystique, but we have to be honest about what's unfolding in front of us, what's at stake, the sorts of riders that are here. It does feel as if this is going to come back together, but one rider from this bunch, or from this group out in front, and at the moment it's either going to be Kiffin or the man James Fouché are going to be on the podium in the Mountains jersey, as almost got that wrong there, just 50 pence that one, didn't he?
Yeah, just got a little bit complacent there, realised it was a little bit sharper there, just a bit of a kind of snatch at the brakes there, and as you know, with these disc brakes nowadays, you start to snatch at them, you kind of drift a little bit, just nice and easy, and he just a bump going into that just kind of put him off a little bit. and he knows with that wry smile that he was in control, but just a little bit too relaxed, I would say. But we do expect this to be a kind of bunch finish in the end, but you're just seeing in front just a car just popping out there. You see the blue car in front just going away from that, so a car just popping out behind the race director's car and being shepherded by the police. You just see that now. This is a lot of the situations that you get in Britain, that you cannot switch off. You have to make sure that the riders are safe, and he's just shepherded off.
Yep.
Away the blue car goes on the left hand side. That's why sometimes a race director cannot sit too far in front of the lead riders, because you don't want to have too much of a bubble, because you want to have that free space. But when you've got that little bit of free space and somebody comes up to that junction, they come out, and that's where incidents happen. So yeah, look, there's a lot of experience, a lot of time and effort going into this, but you have to be switched on the whole way through. So if you're a race director, you really have to be as close to that front group as possible, without obviously giving them any kind of aided support. We saw that in the Amstel Gold Race, where the race director got a little bit close, but you have to have that bubble in front of the race, of course, to give them that kind of free bubble to kind of race in. But you cannot be too far, otherwise sometimes the general public will just push onto the road. And I've been at the receiving end of it in the Tour of Britain as well, where a car came towards the peloton, and I had stitches in my arm, lost a lot of blood and things like that in Amblesides when we were racing towards I think it was a struggle, it was so a nasty accident there with Matthew van der Poel's father as well involved.
Well, there we go, back in the Adrie van der Poel, of course. But no, it is I say it's different legislation is used. We don't have the luxury of completely closing the roads hours and hours ahead, but we are passing through, as Brian's saying, built up urban areas. You cannot lock down every single side road, but what you can do is forewarn people, and the police would have gone, basically there'll be a police vehicle that goes ahead an hour ahead of the race, just to make sure on a final sighting trip. So there's numerous vehicles used in a race like this, all primarily focused around safety. They'll be up ahead of the road, making sure that there's any, because we're in a live dynamic situation where the roads are open in the morning or in the afternoon before the races pass through, anything could happen. There could be a new obstacle there. So there's another vehicle that goes ahead for an hour, other vehicles ahead of the race as well, just to make sure. And also there are the odd occasions where races have to be deviated because of an accident that's happened, an oil spill on the road, for example, a broken bridge or something that's happened in the moments preceding the race. As we look out on this beautiful hillside here, it is an absolutely stunning day today as we look at the several reservoirs.
Are you a fan or not a fan? I know what they do, and it's great that they're there, but
I don't mind. I've got used to them.
Sometimes they can be an eyesore.
Yeah, I've got used to these. I really have. I put it this way though, Brian, I wouldn't want to live underneath one or super close to one. So I have got used to them as we look at the King of the Mountains, King of the Hills, whatever you want to call it, sponsored by Pinarello this year. The black jersey awarded for this jersey. But James Fouché taking first blood. Zeb Kiffin in second, Rootkin Gray, the Vesnies, Tanfield and Van Emden taking the final points. On the next climb, it is a first category one, so it's 10.9876, 5.4321, so 10 points on offer. 90.9 kilometres to go now. More crowds at the side of the road cheering on these riders. And in my experience of riding this race back in 2010 was that I almost had tinnitus. I remember the cheering of the crowd, it was over in the east side of the country, near the Norfolk area actually. I remember the crowds were that dense for that long that I actually had ringing in my ears at the end of the stage. The crowds were so big. It was quite overwhelming actually. You got this big adrenaline dump.
What were they shouting? Come on, Mark! Come on,
there was a couple of. It's before social media. So but no, it was just a general, that general sound. I mean, hearing your own name shouted out every now and again is lovely as well, Brian. But it's important, and it does mean a lot to the riders. Sometimes there won't be any real discussion during the race, but it does live in the rider's memory, and it's something that does have an effect, especially when the racing is on as well. You've got the crowd cheering you on, and there's a lot at stake, and you're able to pull something extra special out of yourself because of the support of the crowd. And we're getting some stunning sights today, Brian. This is a beautiful, beautiful summer's day.
It is. It makes a difference when, like you say, Matt, when you get some fans, rooting for you at the side of the road and calling your name. It's a bit different when you're coming back after a 100-mile bike ride and you're on your hands and knees, and a young lad passes you in a BMX and shouts, "Hey, mister, your back wheel's following you."
Brilliant. We briefly dip into Lancashire today, and it won't be long before we go through Bury, the home of the Yates twins. Neither of the Yates twins riding this race, but Simon Yates did take a stage down in Devon the first time he had a hilltop finish. Was that back in 2010, was it? No, 2012 I think it was, or 2011, on the race that was eventually won by Bradley Wiggins, I think, on that edition, as we go over a few speed bumps. So yeah, multiple counties visited on this particular stage, but we dip only briefly into Lancashire, and we go through the Ramsbottom railway station as well, moving into Ramsbottom next, and that will take us into the bottom of Ramsbottom Rake. So we are just coming very shortly into South Lancashire as the road continues to drop down.
Yeah, I know the Rake, but most people just call it the Rake. I don't know why they call it the Rake. Just looking at that descent there, Matt, there's a lot of speed bumps and road furniture. I saw a couple of the NAG had jumped off in their orange jackets there. I think they were going to put a couple of pennants there, just kind of warnings and things like that. But yeah, if MD's out, I don't know if you know why they call it the Rake. But
I don't.
If there's somebody out there that loco have got that, it would be interesting to find out and let everybody know.
The Rake used to have, as well as the National Hill Climb on it on numerous occasions, every year, especially when we were younger, and I'm not too sure if it still goes now. It probably does, because hill climbing is still something that only happens in our country, isn't it?
They still have an annual, I think.
The Rake. And wasn't it Malcolm Elliott who had the fastest time for years?
Yeah.
Because it's quite a short climb, isn't it? And it's only a couple of minute effort, full chat. But I remember back in the day, and we are talking about the early 90s, there's a Rolex watch on offer for the winner and £1,000 cash. This is 30 years ago. It's always been the highlight of the hill climb season, save for and I'm expecting, because of the prestige, the history, the iconic status of this particular climb, that will be coming to in 17k's time at the top, so that's 16k's to the bottom. I don't think a Rolex
gives you power data these days, does it?
I'm not too sure, actually. Probably not. Probably not. And it's a nice asset to own, though, Rolex.
Yeah, but I don't wear a watch myself. I just use the sun.
Nor do I. Yeah, I'm very analogue. Or just ask somebody else the time.
You get a phone with the time on it.
I need to upgrade my phone so I can get the time on it. But 1 minute and 50 is the gap to the peloton. Jumbo-Visma and Ineos Grenadiers have kept a very tight leash. Jumbo-Visma, one would imagine, looking after Olav Koy, a real talented rider. There was a suggestion, wasn't there, or rumours that Olav Koy was going to leave and move to another team, but he's secured a longer-term contract, so he will be staying with Jumbo-Visma. But you'd imagine that a rider of the class of Olav Koy would want to eventually get to the Tour de France, really, wouldn't you, at some point?
Well, everybody does, and that's why Jakobsen has went away. If I was in that team, Olav Koy, I'd be looking at... They're going every year to win the Grand Tour. There's no place for a sprinter. So if I want to win or ride the Tour de France, win a stage, then how am I going to be able to do that? But then again, money talks, doesn't it? So we'll put you on a good contract. You win plenty of other races, and this year especially, what Jumbo-Visma are trying to do is what no other team have done, and that's win all 3 Grand Tours in the 1 year.
Indeed. Remember, if you're watching us, you can watch the Vuelta on Catch Up or vice versa on Discovery Plus, GCN Plus. Make sure you do that. So much racing I think there's 4 races across our platforms today. But me and Brian are going to take you all the way through to the end next Sunday in Caerphilly as the race crisscrosses this country. But Brian, I'm just looking ahead. Okay, 85.7 k's to go, best part of 52 miles approximately. So still a good 2 hours of racing, give or take 1 or 2 minutes. But we've both raced in the centre of Manchester, and it's great to see the race coming back to Deansgate again. But Tour of previous iterations of the Tour of Britain, the Milk Race finished in Deansgate. It's quite a technical run into the line, this one, isn't it? I've just got the profile up today. And the last corner only comes with about 300 metres to go. You've got that little chicane coming into the Flamme Rouge, a right-hander, then left. It is quite a complex one, isn't it? And so we are going to see the big teams take it up pretty early today.
Yes, indeed. Deansgate is the venue I remember now. Of the last stage. It was a kind of circuit race of the old Milk Race in 1993, right. Won by Chris Lillywhite. Finished in Manchester. Remember riding on the front for the majority of that circuit race at the end. But yeah, it has had many races that have finished there in the past. Manchester, as everybody knows, is the home of British cycling. And yeah, it's 300 metres left-hand corner, but it does kind of twist and turn. But I've not been in the city for a long time. I'm not too sure what the road infrastructure is like now. As you mentioned before, London has changed a lot. I'm not sure about Manchester, but in general, in the past when you raced into Manchester, it was a lot of the roads were like this, you know, quite broad. But Deansgate, I don't know how much they've done to it. You know, I was even up in Glasgow couple of months ago before the World Championships and noted that you know, the road infrastructure changed a little bit, especially around George Square. So I hope it's still kind of wide roads, because it will get a little bit more technical. And you know, I know we're not got any of the big kind of long lead out trains anymore. It's all kind of micro trains, but you know, with the fact that everybody will be trying to get as good enough place in the end, just in case, if you're thinking about the general classification, if you're just joining us, myself and Matt, we're just speculating that, you know, it might come down to Caerphilly, and if there's a group of 3 or 4 in the end, all finishing with the time, and you know, obviously stage places and, you know, stage wins are potentially going to come up for the reckoning to see who's going to be the overall winner. It's going to be an interesting conundrum to work it all out, but you have to be working it all out now in the first stage and not be losing too many places in this finish.
Yep, it's going to be a fascinating finale, that is for sure. Just looking back through some of these, well, we'll just pass through Rochdale actually. Next up on the menu. We'll pass through.
Just a moment there. Just Matt, you just saw what we were talking about before. The race direction car, just the red car just in front, came very close to the front of the group of the breakaway. It was always the case when you did that job, Matt, that you come through a small town like this, everything concertinaed at the front of the race. So in the open roads, you get plenty of space, few junctions. You come into a town, everything gets squeezed because there's so many hazards when you come in a town. You see cars stopped on the left-hand side here, the police there. So you got all this happening, and all of a sudden the race is on you, and it all concertinas back and then spreads out again. Concertinas back and then spreads out. So that's the nature of being in a race control at the front. Very nervy job.
Yeah, it is a very, very nervous job. A job I did on one occasion myself as well. As we see a young lad being inspired to run rather than cycle. There we go. Maybe be good at cyclocross. But 2 minutes 37. So it's heading out towards the largest lead that we've seen so far today. This midsection before our next climb. Again, not much total flat, but again up and down these long drags. But 2 minutes and 43 seconds. This is the biggest lead we've seen, but it's still not going to worry the bunch behind. And it wouldn't surprise me if they'd be happy with it to stay around here until the last sort of 30, 40 Ks. But this is a strong move, make no bones about it. And actually, as we've got 2 riders from the St Piran squad in the back, Zeb Kiffin and Jack Rudkin-Gray, it's worth talking a little bit about, or just letting people know about a project that they're running specifically for the Tour of Britain with a mind to do something a little bit more permanent in the coming years. They've got this project, Brian, and everybody at home, called Net Zero. And they've got the team are based in Cornwall, and they're working closely with the University of Exeter on becoming carbon neutral, net zero, so there's no waste, and looking at building within the team what's called a circular economy. So any bit of waste that the team drop, whether that's kit, it's like mechanical spares, they're basically going to collect up and look at ways of recycling them. They've got somebody from the University of Exeter embedded within the team to monitor that. Then once the race is finished, they're going to compile a study and to look at how a cycling team can better be green moving forward. So it's definitely a big shout out, another innovative project that the St Piran team have been working on. So fair play to them, because despite the fact all these lads are out on bikes, we can't ignore the fact that there's a big convoy behind, a lot of petrol, there's a lot of fuel being consumed, which, you know, is something that is a constant discussion. But races slowly but surely are looking at ways of at least addressing that in other ways, and ultimately maybe in the next 10 years it'd be great if we had a carbon neutral sport, Brian.
It's a strange thing.
It's a difficult one, isn't it?
When people think about cycling, they think about, you know, kind of green energy and, you know, free and just a bike, but then when you look at the surrounding area, we're talking about the amount of motorbikes, the amount of vehicles that are in races. And then when you see that, you know, the Tour de France, everybody watches the grand spectacle where you've got the, you know, the publicity vehicles in front and all day, vehicles, and you look at a race team and the amount of vehicles they've got, and, you know, we talked about, you know, the stage up in Aberdeen where vehicles have to come over, buses and, you know, various other things. So it's a difficult one to get that balance right. You know, a lot of races. I think it was the Tour of Norway or the Arctic Race of Norway are looking at electric vehicles.
The Arctic Race. Yep.
Yeah, the Arctic Race. Teams have to look at it, but then again, it's, you know, how can you get the, you know, the distance on them? And I know that's all kind of changing all the time. So it's a difficult thing. Look, this isn't going to go away. Through my work with kind of Hot Chili, we are looking at that and looking at solutions as well, with carbon footprints and carbon credits. The carbon credit side of things isn't legislated properly yet, and they're kind of trying to kind of look into that to make sure that stricter regulations are. I know that there's a bicycle manufacturer that pays their employees per day every time they ride in and back to their place of work. And in fact, I was talking to the chairman of the famous St Mirren, my local football club that I associate with, the old black and white stripes. Did I say we were top of the league?
You didn't, Brian, but you just mentioned it then.
Yeah, yeah.
Really?
So,
Blimey.
St Mirren Premiership, top of the league. You know, I'm looking at European destinations for next year.
Blimey.
So you know, the Panda Army will be engaging again after many years. So yeah, look, talking to them about sustainability and, you know, how they can encourage maybe some of their fans who, I know there's a lot of kind of St Mirren, I know that I'm a St Mirren fan and ride their bike, and they've just kind of introduced some cycling clothing into their fan shop. So they're looking at ways for fans to actually kind of ride to the game, you know, safe parking for the bikes and things like that. So they're looking at ways to kind of generate that kind of stuff. So it's not just you know, our sports, all other sports have to look at it. All businesses have to look at it. You can't turn a blind eye to this.
Totally.
Because, you know, you do have to look at your own carbon footprint.
No, definitely. It's great to see the St Piran team doing that and doing a proper study as well into it. So interesting to see how that goes this week. So a doff of the cap to the Cornish team, and lead with 80 k's to go, around 3.5 minutes. So that the lead has been stripped out. It did increase rather rapidly. Sometimes we can get little transponder issues, but it's looking back down through the field to the Great Britain team, who've got Noah Hobbs, who's an exceptionally gifted rider, moved into the lead, didn't he? Recently in the Arctic Race of Norway, took second on the stage there. And Ethan Vernon, who do you reckon their leader's going to be? I think it's going to be Vernon for today's stage, Brian, an exceptionally capable rider. Of course, rides for Soudal Quickstep. It's in the colours of GB for this race. World champion in the elimination on the track as well, so a newly crowned world champion. No stranger to being a world champion is Vernon. But do you think it'd be Noah Hobbs, the final lead-out rider for Vernon today?
I think so. The problem that we got, and we mentioned when we do world championships and things like that, these guys aren't riding week in, week out together, with each other. So it's, when we talk about lead outs and things like that, it's, you have to have a little bit of trust. Just because you're a good lead out rider for one rider doesn't mean you're a good lead out rider for another. So it's just gaining that trust. And I talked about it in a recent race where you've got that bromance between Mark Cavendish and Bernie Eisel, but I saw the bickering between, and it was friendly bickering between Mark Renshaw and Mark Cavendish in their career. So but the trusted right hand man was Mark Renshaw. So looking at these guys, we know that Ollie Woods after the World Championships is on good form. Stephen Williams, great form at the moment. Arctic Race of Norway. Josh Giddings, some good results recently. Vernon, I haven't seen too much of his road form, but definitely stepping up this year as well. So I would think that Ethan Vernon would like to win this stage today. They've got a team capable of delivering, Great Britain. But it's whether they get it right or not. It's going to be pretty messy in the end. Just got a message actually from the race convoy. Richard Pascoe's in the car, St Piran, talking about their teams and funding and various other things. Obviously he's saying that they won't let Jack Rook-and-Gray get too much, especially after what he did in the under-23 World Championships. But it is a young team. They're learning very, very quickly, and big learning curve for them. But he's reaching out, thinking that potentially they might have to set up an under-23 team as well as what they're already doing, to allow more opportunities for riders, because it isn't happening at British Cycling. And we need a pathway for a lot of these riders. I was so pleased, and thanks for that, Richard. You keep us updated with everything from your side. But I was so happy that they took on Finn Crockett. Finn Crockett, most people might not know, he's kind of late into cycling. He comes right up from the north of Scotland, just above Inverness, and I used to think it was a 3-hour trip just to get down into the north of England. Well, he has to travel even further. He got a bronze medal in the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham last year in a road race, and I've tried to kind of look at other opportunities for him, because he was in one of the other British teams that dissolved, and he was sitting there without a contract, and now he's been taken on by St Piran. So thanks again for that, Richard, because I was talking to a few other teams at the moment, and because of his age, he was like, I'm not getting on a little bit, but everybody is looking at juniors now,
totally.
instead of 20-odd year old riders. And I think a lot of these riders, if you haven't already broken into the big scene, then it's very difficult to do. And I think Finn Crockett, slowly into cycling, and at a maturer age, deserves a crack at the top spot. And I really do think that he rides well in this finish today, because they're a strong team. They've got 2 riders in the breakaway. Richard's just confirmed they are here to race it, so you expect them in all the breaks. If these guys are brought back, which I suspect they will come the end, just watch out for Finn Crockett, and because he'll mix it up with the top riders here in this finish.
Well, that's the thing. I think it's fair to say, back in the early days of the race, and maybe 1 or 2 teams accepted, it was more a privilege just to ride the Tour of Britain against this sort of opposition, just to get round the race. And as the years have gone on, the British teams have become even more competitive, and now they're exceptionally competitive. Multiple wins, still waiting for that stage win from a Conti team. Might come this year, you just never know. We've come close on a few occasions, but multiple wins in various intermediate classifications. But there we go, nice little gift there given at the side of the road.
Did you see what she did there, though? She was like, oh, got a trophy.
Yeah, straight from the hand of Mr. Rodriguez there. That lad has got an exceptional future, that's for sure. Real talent. Wonder what he'll make of these roads. Luke Rowe, himself a stage winner. I was looking back through, there's only 10 British riders, which is interesting. 19 editions of this new race, but only 10 British riders have ever won stages, which is quite incredible. Many of them have won multiple stages. Several have won one or two. Mark Cavendish has won several, as we know, but there's only actually been 10 British riders in the last 19 years that have won stages in the Tour of Britain, Brian, which I find absolutely incredible. Maybe that will change this year, you never know. But just lastly, we won't be the last on St Piran because I know they'll be active all week. I got a message from Ricky as well. They're giving out flags all week from the team car or at the starts and finishes, wherever, with a QR code which you can scan to enter a competition, or you can head to the website where you can engage with fans to send out the message of the team. So, yes, interesting times for St Piran, but they're not just here to make up the numbers. They've dominated the British scene. They've won abroad as well. They are a real force to be reckoned with, and but in doing what they're doing, they're actually providing us with a lot of entertainment and embodying the spirit of bike racing, which this young man on the screen does as well. What a year Tom Pidcock has had, taking that mountain bike world championship win, the one that he wanted all year. I chatted to him at the back end of last year, and he was saying, and the beginning of this year, and said that his main ambition for the year was to put right his disappointing world mountain bike championships and get that rainbow jersey, and then he can sort of move on with his career. It's amazing how he has these things that he needs to do, Tom Pidcock. So versatile, but we know how important cross is. We know how important the mountain biking is, but to get those two jerseys now in the closet, you can see him winning the World Road Race in the next 5 or 6 years, can't you?
Yes. If he decides to do something, then, you know, it's almost certain that he will pull it off, because he'll just give it everything he has. But I think this year, especially for me, the Tour de France was definitely a learning curve for him. And I think it was important that he had to go through that, and he was allowed to go through that to see, you know, where he was, if he was capable of winning a Grand Tour. Of course, he picked, you know, a really difficult you know, Grand Tour to be able to kind of test himself over the 3 weeks as an overall contender. But definitely his credentials kind of suit him towards that. But let's see what comes on the back of it. But as you say, he's just a super talent, and I think he's doing what, you know, listening to Matthew. By the way, I loved your little interview. You could have spent a little bit more time with Matthew van der Poel, but your gifts, your interview, that little video had me kind of chuckling all the way around it, because I was brought up with all these gifts you had, and, you know, I could have given you even more gifts as well, and, you know, even some of the sayings, because we've got the Daily Record up there, the morning face Scottish rag. You know, there's a lot of these things, but your tunnocks, because believe it or not, in Gretna Services on the way down from the Grand Fondo, I popped into Gretna Services and stocked up with all my tunnock stuff and brought it all down here. And of course, my family, they know about it, they know certain things about the tea cakes, but I bought all the other stuff, and they never really touched it because they didn't really know it. And it wasn't until I got towards the end, it took me a bit of time to get through it all, but my partner Kerry tried one, and she went, oh wow, these are nice, and there was only 4 left at the time. And I'd eaten the rest of them. But yeah, I really enjoyed that, the iron brew and the Scottish shortbread and things like that, and the totty scones and things like that. It was good.
No, cheers mate. That was in Peebles we did that one. Went down to see Mathieu after his win in the Worlds, and no, he was very relaxed. Also, I did make a little video with Cassie Nui-Adoma, and she'd never tried iron brew and absolutely loved it as well. So there we go. But
just my only advice is try not give it out to too many people.
I know it's
It's
a secret,
we want
isn't
to keep
it, really?
it a
I know.
secret. We want to, because I want to be able to go in the shop and actually have it in instead of being off the shelf, because there's so too many.
I did start to think that, but anyway, we're not that far north. We're kind of in, relatively north, I guess, depending on where you think the north starts. And that in itself can be a controversial topic. Where's the Midlands? Where's the Midlands end? Like, is Nottinghamshire, for example, in the Midlands? Or is it the south part of the north? Let's not into that debate.
Actually, you say that, Mark. I'm speaking to someone from Yorkshire.
Some people are the north is Yorkshire, but Manchester isn't in the north. Well, it kind of is.
I was talking yesterday to the stall next to us. I was doing the expo for Ecoy, and next to us was Bobble Hats, and they were from Yorkshire, and they started saying, up north. And I went, what do you mean up north? I says, with my accent and where I come from, up north is Scotland, and you saying you're up north in Yorkshire, that's in the middle. Yeah.
Well, when you're driving up, just to put the north chat to bed, when I was driving up to Glasgow a couple of weeks back for the Worlds, you get to just past the Lake District before you see the sign in block capitals just saying the north and a big arrow pointing north. That's when you know you are kind of in the north, but it also suggests that you're not in the north until you're in Scotland. But let's put that to bed. We don't want to start a Twitter or X storm, as it is now known. So 1:42 for our breakaway. Well over halfway on today's stage. 163.4k today's stage. Started off in Altrincham and its destination Manchester. A big anti-clockwise loop through the rolling hills in this beautiful sunshine. And we have 5 riders out in front who've built up a lead that's never gone more than 2.5 minutes. We did have information it was 3.5 minutes. I think that was actually an error. James Fouché is there in the purple and yellow of Bolton Equities. Zeb Kiffin and Jack Root-Kindray are there for St Piran, the Cornish-based British team. Harry Tanfield is there for TDT Unibet cycling team. He's in the blue jersey in the front move, and also represented the Norwegian squad, Fredrik de Vesnis. 1:45 the gap. The points taken for the King of the Mountains so far, the first sprint of the day, and that came about 30 k's ago. That was taken by James Fouché, and the only intermediate sprint of the day, the points going towards the green jersey. There's no intermediate classification, may I remind you. All the points nabbed out on the road go towards the green jersey overall. So we're coming towards the foot of the climb shortly. Well, in fact, they've got about 2 k's towards the foot of the climb. The Ramsbottom Rake, locally known just as the Rake, Brian, isn't it? It's short but very, very steep indeed. But Fouché is the man in the hot seat in the King of the Mountains classification, and the way he rode the last climb, just his ambition, the way he sat on the back, he's the man to watch for on this one as well. And more points to offer, 10 points for the win over this climb.
Yeah, he looks as if he's going for that competition. Still waiting for a definitive on why it's called the Rake. I know that anybody stepping on a rake finds it very painful, but I don't think
maybe it is that.
I don't think that's the story that goes with the naming of the rake.
But yeah, it's well, depending on the way you measure it, but depending on where you read the official stats, I mean, it's either 1,300 metres at 8.9%, or it's 0.97 kilometres, so just under a K at 9.9%, so roughly 10% climb is what we're talking about. But these rods will carry a bit more momentum into it. For the classic hill climb, that you start at the bottom with no momentum at all, and you just have to get going. It's one of those climbs that many riders just use a fixed gear on. I've ridden it in a race, but I've never done the national hill climb on it. But it's a short climb, just be over in a couple of minutes, probably 2.5 minutes for these riders. I don't think they'll quite match the pace of going flat out from bottom to top. But it's Fouché getting that little bit of momentum. They do get a little bit of momentum into it. The descent, they drop down, lose that elevation, and it does take them into the climb. But that's quite a tight little corner there as we come into the town of Ramsbottom, which is just at the bottom. And there's the railway pub, which is right near the railway, and that was the sound of a steam train And a great...
I think the crowds are phenomenal up here.
Yeah, I think they're going to be pretty deep.
It'll be one rider only. But Fouché, the man in purple, he's got maximum points at the moment, so he'll be looking at that. But I was never, I could climb a hill in the day, just like you, Matt, but I was never a fan of hill climbs.
No, nor was I. I did a few. But I think I'd retired from hill climbing by the age of 24. I thought that's enough. I think the last one I did was in 1994 or 95, and I thought that's it. So I retired from hill climbing. It's a very specific discipline, I can tell you that. But it's big in the UK, and here we are on the slopes of the final categorised climb of the day. The climbs don't stop after this, though. We drop off, and then we continue this undulating characteristic of today's stage before the relatively flat run-in to the centre of Manchester on the iconic shopping parade of Deansgate. So, as you can see, a good crowd. It's going to get thicker towards the top. Cowbells aplenty. And there we go, King of the Rake. Who's going to be King of the Rake today? As we look at the power of Harry Tanfield, sat on the front, the biggest rider in this group, and that's the sort of power he's having to generate to maintain the speed that they're at the moment. So probably got about 600 metres to go to the top of the climb. It is only a short one. Brief respite here before the road then kicks up again towards the top. So the gap, 1 minute and 54 seconds. I think the bunch will definitely knock it off on here, I would imagine. It doesn't appear from what we've seen that there's any appetite to really, because of the run into the line, Brian. I mean, that might change towards the back end of the race as these potential opportunities dwindle for riders, for teams who've got a GC rider but can't sprint. They might want to try and be a little bit disruptive, but I don't necessarily feel it's going to be today's stage as the road continues to rise. And that Frederick Dversnes is the man on the front, happy to set the tempo right now, Brian.
He is, and I think they've got an understanding straight away from this breakaway. It didn't take too long for it to come together, and it, okay, we had a little bit of a fight for the first King of the Mountains, and we may see something very similar between the Kiffin and the Fouché. Fouché, for me, seems to be the strongest rider, but it seems the other three mats are saving that little bit because they know it's going to be a hard run in towards the finish with only 2 minutes. Yeah,
definitely. They might have even had a conversation. Although moving over onto the right-hand side is Zeb Kiffin. Perhaps he might want to go long. He's still in with a shout. Remember, second place on at the first cat. Only 1 point between them. Remember, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 for a second cat. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, etc. for a first category climb. As they winch themselves towards the top. Rochdale Triathlon Club. Loads of local riders. We are on a Sunday after all. They've travelled here, ridden here. Lots of lycra mixed in here. And it is absolutely fantastic. There's a big acceleration by Fouché, who's gone long on this climb. The man suffering at the back now is Harry Tanfield. No real surprise there. One would imagine they'd regroup at the top, but Fouché of New Zealand surging clear now, and because of the narrow roads, can't quite see if he's still at the front. It looks like it's still Kiffin in second place, but it appears to me that Fouché is going to take maximum points over the top, and there he is. Well, he's opened up a considerable lead and can actually afford to back off a little bit. Maximum points here from the man from New Zealand, from the New Zealand team. Greg Henderson, we're pretty happy. Sat in the team car, former winner of a stage of the Tour of Britain a few years ago when running for Sky, but there we go. Panache aplenty there for James Fouché.
Seems the thing to do, isn't it?
Well, you might as well. You might as well. He moves himself into the official lead now of the Pinarello King of the Mountains, or King of the Hills if you're Brian Smith, although I do agree with Brian, really. Harry Tanfield crosses the line. A point for him, or 5 points, should I say. And what they need to do now is regroup as quickly as possible. James Fouché is an intelligent rider. I don't think he'll try and go long here. He'll use this brief opportunity to rest up, compose himself, but just simply too strong on a climb like that. He's got the most punch.
Yeah, you've seen that in the second category climb, but you never know. You can't kind of give up for Kiffin, but yeah, this is really nice to see coming up here. The Rake, the peloton will kind of thin down a little bit. I think some of the riders towards the back might have to put a foot down because it does get rather narrow towards the top of this climb, and they aren't kind of really racing hard. I think the last time I raced up here was very similar. We never kind of raced up. It's different if this was in the last 20 kilometres, which maybe in editions of this race to come, it would be brilliant to maybe see a finish at the top of this one.
That would be good. But there you go. I mean, although they're riding flat across the front, anybody who knows is watching this programme, anything about power, you know, you can just see the data that we're getting there from Luke Rowe, just hovering just under 500 watts. That's just the level, and it's flat at the front there. Magnus Sheffield is on our right, Luke Rowe in the centre. Good to see Danny Van Poppel. And again, an important lead-out rider, but arguably, given freedom, can win big races too, and has done it in the past. But Bennett normally were dropped off by Danny Van Poppel. And just on the right-hand side, I think that's Mark Donovan. So Mark Donovan there, the British rider, for a very international flavour to the Q36.5 Pro Cycling Team. Damien Howson, the Australian. You'd imagine alongside Mark Donovan will be their riders for the GC, but then straight over the top, just picking up the pace again, Luke Rowe, not wanting to back off too much, getting in towards the final third of today's stage, and they're going to want to make sure that lead doesn't go up much more than this now. In fact, they might start bringing it down slowly, but still 66 Ks to go. Probably about an hour and 20 minutes, hour and 25 of racing still to go, Brian, but an absolutely glorious day here.
It is. It's very fortunate for the riders. Just looking down, a couple of riders possibly distance in that climb from the peloton. I think they'll get themselves back to the peloton, but you know, great formation now from the five in front. They split up, you know, racing up that climb or just getting over it, but as soon as they were over the top, waiting for each other. And now the big challenge is, you know, how far can they get to the finish now with a considerable gap. Five riders, you know, they have been kind of saving a little bit all this stage today, and you know, they'll want to kind of push on. And important for Harry Tanfield to just go over that climb at his own pace, come back, because he's one of the big kind of driving forces that will be able to help these guys all the way in towards Manchester.
No, he certainly is. He's got an enormous top end, but he can maintain that high speed for a long period of time. And all of these riders understand how to ride today. They know their chances of survival are slim, at best slim, in fact. They are pretty remote, but Harry Tanfield has been in a position in the past. It's a while ago now. Remember the stage of the Tour of Yorkshire back in 2018, where he won a stage of that big race, and he was part of that initial breakaway that did survive. But as well as having good legs, you do need to be smart. But to outfox a peloton like this, who's given them such a short leash today, is going to be a big challenge. But they're going to do their best, that's for sure. And they certainly will save something, Brian, won't they? They might even be holding back a little bit now, and then once they get onto the flat roads, give it a bit of a push. But the little bit of wind that there is today won't be helping them. Once we start heading down south, the wind will be coming from their right-hand side in the face. The little bit of wind there is won't be helpful at all. But the last 30 Ks are pretty flat. Couple of little kickers, but nothing in relation to the terrain we're riding on now. So they will form a strong fighting force, and they will definitely hold something back for that last three-quarters of an hour, one would imagine.
You have to, and by the looks of things, they know that they're not being given more than 2 minutes. So if they slow up, the peloton or slow up a little bit. We see this happen too many times, and then when you start to see the boards in towards the finish, that is the time to, you know, let loose and, you know, try and you know, foil the peloton behind. It's always a very difficult thing to do, but you know, they've got to try and use the tools that they've got to try and kind of help them. But as you say, you know, maybe you know, they've got two chances to come to the finish, and I think, you know, it's fat and no in my book. So it's going to be a very difficult one for these five riders to go to the finish. Very important, of course, for Fouché and Bolton to try and take a jersey and get something out this. We had one sprint earlier on today taken by Tanfield, but now it's a case of just making sure that you've got that little bit left, and you know, you try that little bit harder in towards the finish to try and kind of hang on. like I was just mentioning before, very difficult for that to happen, especially as we have got two teams intent on making sure that they make absolutely no mistakes today, and that's Jumbo-Visma in the yellow and Ineos Grenadiers in the red.
Yep. And the interesting for me about Ineos riding, of course, is a race they want to win with Tom Pidcock, although outsiders, not even outsiders, Magnus Sheffield, Connor Swift, Ben Turner, and one of those ended up winning this race. You wouldn't be surprised, but they're more strong utility riders, all centred around Pidcock here. It's just that this isn't necessarily a finish that will suit Tom Pidcock, but they are riding as if they have got a big sprinter amongst their number. And they've come in, and that clearly shows they've come into this race with the mindset, with the attitude to win. Because, and not taking anything away from Pidcock and the rest of the squad, there are far superior sprinters in other teams, like Fernando Gaviria, for example, like Sam Bennett with Bora, some pure sprinters. Olav Koiv we've talked about, and then some other outsiders. But Luke Lamperty, although he only rides for a continental team, he is going to be a difficult rider, a difficult character to handle in a finish like this today. But Ineos are just taking up this race. I think it's in terms of just showing, not necessarily showing who's boss, but imposing themselves on this race with an attitude that's destined to try and win, rather than delivering somebody to win today. Which are two different things, Brian. They're almost riding as if they're de facto race leaders right now.
Yeah, like you say, the racing as if Pidcock is leading this race, and that's what they want at the end of it, come Sunday. So no, their job is to make sure that Tom Pidcock is looked after. He rides towards the front. Last year in the race, he made a couple of mistakes. You can remember him up to Glenshee. He was at the back. I think he either stopped at one point or taken off his gilet, or he stopped for a natural break in a run in towards the finish in the first stage. So a little bit complacent, and I think they're not taking any chances. Tom Pidcock 100% is here to win the race. He's up against some strong riders though, especially Wout van Aert, but I think it won't be too long till we see maybe the likes of Bora Hansgrohe put one rider up to the front for Sam Bennett.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe even Movistar as well for Fernando Gaviria, who's a last World Tour win. I think it was the final stage of the Tour of Romandie, if I'm not mistaken. So watch out for Fernando Gaviria, a man that's won stages, at least one or two stages in this race in the past. It was led out by Mark Cavendish, I think, when they were taking it in turns when they're both riding for a quick step, as was. But just one or two facts, actually, just from a cultural perspective. I know we've passed through Ramsbottom now, but I couldn't help looking at this. Two things. From the sublime to the ridiculous, really, Brian. A survey in the Sunday Times found that Ramsbottom was among the top 10 locations to live in the whole of England. And also, get this, the World Black Pudding Throwing competition takes place annually in early September along Ramsbottom's Bridge Street. So it could be this week that if anybody, after the race has passed through, wants to head down into Ramsbottom to watch some black pudding being lobbed, please do. So the World
make sure you put a helmet on.
Make sure make safety first, guys. Please don't get injured by a rogue black pudding. So there we go. So that's a little bit more about Ramsbottom. No indication from the race organisers who furnished with me this information with me about why it's called the Rake, though. So I'll have a word with their research department and see if they can get us that for the next time they come here, Brian.
Well, if you're listening, Mr. Hodges, you need to get that sorted, Peter.
Yes, please. Or just drop me or Brian a text and tell us why it's called the Ramsbottom Rake. As we look at some cricket, some Sunday cricket going on. Look at that. All the sports here on Eurosport Discovery.
They look worn out.
Yeah, they did look a bit worn out, didn't they, on a hot day like this?
Break.
I think it's almost time, maybe about half an hour for afternoon tea, for some cucumber sandwiches on that pitch there. That was quintessentially English, that was, wasn't it? So, the gap now hovering at around 2 minutes to our five riders who have entertained us out in front today. And they've entertained the many thousands of people at the side of the road who've come to greet this edition of the Tour of Britain. But the five riders out in front, James Fouché in the purple and yellow of Bolton Equities. The New Zealander, 26 years of age now. He'll be stepping onto the podium at the end of the day and be crowned the leader of the Pinarello King of the Mountains. Also there in the black jerseys of St Piran, Zeb Kiffin and Jack Rootkin Gray. fresh off the back of 4th place in the World Under-23 Road Race Championships. A man in superb form. Harry Tanfield is also there as well, a former winner of the stage of the Tour of Yorkshire for the TDT Unibet cycling team in the blue kit. And then we have a Norwegian in the mix as well. Fredrik Versnes is also there, just in the orange and red kit. Yeah, a lot of these descents are pretty tricky, as we were saying.
It looked bumpy roads, the dappled light with the trees, and you know, a lot of parked cars and things like that. So yeah, part and parcel of you know, racing in the UK.
Exactly, it is something that you can never fully get used to it, but you're riding it with a heightened state of awareness, and this is due to the type of closures we have. If it was a Tour, for example, these villages and towns will be locked down for the best part of 6 or 7 hours, and any cars removed. The Tour of Britain and the organisers don't, although they have exceptionally good relationships with all of the local councils, the local police forces. They have to be good relationships, otherwise the race wouldn't be able to park through. But they do not have the powers to remove vehicles from the course, so it's something that riders have to be aware of. They still need to be indicated by the NEG that Brian was talking about, and the police officers as well. But it is a semi-live environment, but a rolling road closure, so the riders are acutely aware. But as you say, parked cars can often be a real hazard, especially on technical descents. As we just passed this little village here. And this is where communication within the peloton is crucial as well, isn't it? And the riders do have a responsibility themselves to make sure that, as much as the race organisers do, that's part of the fabric, that societal glue that holds the peloton together, is that although they're racing against each other, most of the day they're working with each other to make sure they can pass through safely, pointing out hazards, talking to each other.
Yep. That is essential for racing. We see it quite a lot, and you know, under extreme circumstances, you know, we do get phases where it's kind of every man for themselves, but in general you kind of point out. And you know, there's one thing I learned quite recently, actually, in the last kind of couple of years: the double flick of the elbow. You know, I thought it was, you know, bump in the road or something like that. No, it's meaning that when you get out the saddle. So you're just giving an indication, double flick of the elbow, and you know, you get out the saddle, just in case sometimes you forget to take your bike with you, because sometimes when people get out the saddle, there's that kind of moment of hesitation, and you know, your wheel drops back, and that in the past has been a problem. As soon as you hit a hill, and anybody that's kind of grown up with, you know, bunch riding and things like that, as soon as you hit a hill, somebody gets out the saddle and their wheel comes back and you touch it, and there's, you know, a wee incident and things like that. So that's something I've learned. But you go to different parts of the world, and there's different signing behind your back, pointing, move out to the right or a hole or whatever it is. And you know, we grew up in Scotland with, you know, shouting where it is, on the right, on the left, middle, and you kind of looked at it. So, yeah, I think through all my career, especially, and we're getting a lot of new cyclists on our roads and things like that now, and you know, a lot of these cyclists haven't gone through the club scene that we have, and that's something that I think we have to kind of keep a hold of, because the club scene kind of grooms you for that kind of bunch riding and the etiquette.
No, totally. The rules of cycling under the auspices of the UCI are written down, but most of the rules that hold the peloton together are completely unwritten. There's unwritten rules in terms of tactics, which we often talk about, but there's the unwritten rules of simple courtesy. But courtesy is something that is enormously important, because courtesy basically, that implies just politeness and being nice to each other, but actually courtesy is part of what makes racing as safe as it can be, because it's an inherently dangerous sport as well. You're riding on, you know, we don't need to stress that, given the very difficult, dark year actually we've had in terms of the riders that we've lost this year. But that common courtesy makes an enormous difference, because these riders, it's a ferociously hard sport, brutally difficult, and it wouldn't exist if it weren't for the things that you just learn. But they're never really said, are they, Brian? They're just things you learn. As you say, depending on your route into cycling, you firstly would learn them through just riding with a group of mates, maybe with a club first or a group of riders locally, depending on where you live, and then in the peloton. But it's never really something that's actually said. Even a direct sportif would never tell you how to ride in a peloton. It's basically what you learn through making a series of mistakes as a junior, then in through the younger ranks, isn't it? Elder professionals, riders you respect, might comment a bit, or somebody will give you a mouthful, then you realise, oh, I shouldn't have done that. But the process of learning road craft are mostly things that are just learned and that you absorb, but it's never really written down, is it, Brian?
I think it's difficult now for clubs and things like that, because it could be you're called out as bullying. Such as the fact that, we used to have in my group, the Renfrew bunch, two kind of figureheads that just told you, even if you turned up in the winter with no mudguards on, get to the back, son. You know what I mean? It's because, it's sprayed up, and, you never had respect for anybody else. And just there's a lot of things that, you're told what to do, and you learn quickly. And, you had these kind of figureheads that just told you as it is. Not too sure maybe you can get away with it now in some clubs. But, you used to be kind of put in your spot and told what to do. And that was just a way of learning. Of course, we're getting many people coming into our sport not having that kind of grooming through the clubs and things like that, and the etiquettes and what to do. And, you get the riders popping over red lights and various other things. And, I'll have a bit of a go at them when I catch them up. I eventually catch them up and say, what are you doing? They says, you're giving us a bad reputation. And, of course, that happens in all genres. On all road users, that there's a niche of people that just flaunt the rules or don't even adhere to the rules. But yeah, the club scene, don't know how healthy it is at the moment, but definitely helped my career and my etiquette.
Totally. No, as you say, I think in some areas certain clubs, certain old clubs are doing really well, but there's a lot of dinners that I still speak when I can at club dinners, which I really enjoy. My time is, I have a lot of time to do that, but every year I try and do 2 or 3 at least. Some clubs have been around a long time and have got a small membership of slightly older people, and other clubs have been active in getting youngsters on board. So you've got this real diverse age range, but also diversity within the male and female split as well. So a lot of clubs are very healthy, was my point, and some others aren't. But I don't think it's quite what it was. There are a lot of other ways to get into the sport now. Quite often you just buy a bike, go out with some mates and ride a sportif. And you can see that, having ridden a few sportifs myself, the quality or the ability of riders, not physically, that's something completely different, but the skill set is quite, well, it is a broad range of skill sets. It's something that's... Anyway, we've gone off on a slight tangent, but I think our point being is the fact that there's a lot of different elements that combine to make the peloton, and it's a strange place, it's a wonderful place, but despite crashes every now and again, we've already seen a couple today, generally speaking, I still find it fascinating at how the peloton exists and manages to move on the most part, Brian, safely from A to B. There are of course exceptions, but just that skill set that you learn over time, riding with ridiculously close to riders either side of you, and right in the middle of the bunch, there's nowhere to go, but you just chat, you just bowl along. The peloton has its own really quite unique identity, generation after generation, but essentially it's the same thing that holds it together. Otherwise, if you weren't part of that, you and you didn't adhere to that, you wouldn't be there. But you were right though, Brian. We've got a member of Bora Hansgrohe in the mix now, in the unmistakable figure of Nils Pollitt, added to the mix. Yeah,
it was only a matter of time, wasn't it? Obviously looking at Sam Bennett. And I think you mentioned that Sam, and I agree, that Sam maybe not having the best of year. I can remember him winning in San Juan. I was covering that race and thought, wow, he's had an early win. A lot of work talking to Sean as well, saying he'd worked hard in the winter, he was looking for a good year, but it hasn't really gone for him. But I don't think he's that far away. But for Sam Bennett, getting second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth isn't good enough, especially when you've won, stages in the Tour and taking the green jersey. So, it's just unfortunate that he's expected to win and he hasn't been delivering in every race that goes by, because it's not the winningest sport, is it? Even as pundits, I don't know of any pundit, including myself, that predicts right, and that's the thing that I love about our sports. I've been involved with cycling over 40 years. I am a pundit. I have to give my opinion and things, but I also have to give predictions, and to give a prediction in the race, it's just a huge conundrum of how do you know? There's so many permutations. How do you know what's going to happen? What's another team going to do? And that's the thing that is I've got quite an analytical brain. I always analyse things, sometimes too much, and work out what's going to happen, what's not going to happen. And that's the thing that fascinates me about bike racing, is you never know what's going to happen. And I don't think many people will make a fortune out of betting on cycling, because you look at it and that could be a good bet, but then again something happens. So yeah, that's the thing that keeps me interested in any race that I do or cover, that working out what's going to happen next. Who's going to win that sprint, how do the tactics play out, and it's always a guessing game. I'm saying that as a kind of paid pundit, that I'm guessing, but I think a lot of the teams keep us guessing, a lot of the riders keep us guessing, and it's not like maybe a football team, they set up in a certain way, and you know what they're going to do, or some of the teams, when you're up against that team is stronger and they're going to beat this other team. It's in cycling, it's expect the unexpected, and I think what it's setting up to be is a bunch finish now, that Bora are starting to contribute as well, but we've seen breakaways survive in the past, and that's the exciting part for me. Is I think it could, I'm not saying cycling can be boring at times, although it is, but you don't know what's going to happen, and it's the keeping you guessing that makes it fun for me.
Yeah, I certainly agree, especially these days as the racing has become more spectacular or unpredictable. There's the confirmation of Ramsbottom Rake, or the Rake as it's known locally. James Footshed took the win ahead of Zeb Kiffin, the Vesneys, Rutkin Gray, Tanfield, and the rest of the bunch: Rose, Sheffield, Swift, Pidcock and Donovan, taking the final points there. Now this is Peel Tower. That was built in 1852, 39 metres high on the top of Holcombe Hill, above the summit of that uncategorised climb. So we're in and around Holcombe Moor now, just dropping off Holcombe Moor as we head into our final hour or so of racing. Just over an hour. Let's have a look at what happened here. Whoa, just got that corner. Oh, Harry Tanfield did very well keeping that bike upright. Just took it with a little bit too much pace, drifted wide, and didn't quite dab his foot. But yeah, looking like that was this guy. He's starting to struggle a little bit here, starting to suffer. That definitely doesn't look to be super comfortable there, does he?
No, we're seeing it again. He's going into that corner pretty much on the outside. Great
well
save,
there.
of course. Yep. But he was just a foot to the left, and that makes a bit of a difference. You're going in at the back, you're going in at the same speed that you're going with the riders that are in front, but you're maybe a foot over to the left-hand side, and that makes a huge difference. And there's no give in these bikes. These carbon fibre bikes now are really stiff, and the wheels that they use. So I see that the peloton, they kind of fly around these corners. Bumps we saw as well with Zeb Kiffin. About an hour ago, it was just had a bump and it kind of threw him out a little bit. Yeah,
I think he's done. Well, he got that corner a little bit wrong, but it wasn't just that. I think it.
I wasn't meant to be here, but oh god, it's just terrible. Bad legs. Be better for the next few days, though. Yeah, I'm just not got it. Well, yeah, there was no tarmac. If it was tarmac, then it was okay, but yeah. No, I just not got the legs. There'll be other days, so I'll save it, and they can maybe get the win.
Well, there we go. It's not often we get an interview on the bike, but that was really nice. He's a Yorkshireman, is Harry Tanfield, isn't he, as well? So it's a proper thick Yorkshire accent.
You're not allowed to speak to the riders.
I know.
He was speaking to the camera.
Yeah, it was just like almost unprompted, but we got a nice little interview there. Just by his face, we saw Frederick Versney ushering him back onto the wheel, and it wasn't just, okay, he did get that corner a little bit wrong. And when he said there was no tarmac, there clearly was, but what it was a broken surface. And if you do corner, get the cornering line ever so slightly wrong on a broken surface, you can't adjust because the bike's actually not got much grip. It just drifts a little bit wider. But no. And again, a good illustration of how, because it didn't look, the roads here don't look hard, but on these long drags, if you've not got legs and you're a slightly heavier rider, you're going to be put in all sorts of difficulties, and it just looked uncomfortable there. And it's just one of those things. If you haven't got the legs, and you've been out in front for the best part of 3 hours on this sort of terrain, Brian, it's pretty hard.
Well, the comment that made me smile the most was, I wasn't meant to be here. That's the bit that made me laugh. You know, there's riders in this race that possibly are desperate to get in this breakaway. And he got himself in the breakaway and thought, oh, I'm not supposed to be here. And I think it's just a case of, it's the Tour of Britain. It's hard to hold yourself back. You want to get in the breakaway, and you know you are kind of motivated to do well on your home roads. But you know, a good comeback there from Tanfield. That there will be other days. Maybe not having the best of day. You know, it's kind of hard to tell until you're out there. But not on a good day. Struggled a little bit. Did his job in the breakaway, but you know, just didn't have the legs and is dropping back to the peloton and save it for another day.
One rider less in the front means these riders are going to have to spend a little bit more time on the front. As they drop off, they continue to lose a little bit of elevation over the top of this some more twisting, winding, beautiful country lanes. Certainly the place to be is out in front in terms of getting your sighting right. These are the sorts of country lanes that are so unique in Great Britain. There's not many other parts of the world where you get such high hedges, and sometimes the roads almost cut into the side of the hillside. It's very unique, classically British, and this is a wonderful illustration of that. You can just see the salt caked onto the shoulders of that St. Piran rider there. As we look at Tanfield, soon to be rejoined by the peloton, and making sure he's getting plenty of fluids on board here. And again, offering up a welcome souvenir to a little clutch of fans at the side of the road as Niels Ponnet continues to press on the front. He's had a win recently, though, Harry Tanfield. Won an elite criterium. Actually put away the likes of Jesper de Boist, Oliver Narsson, etc. Won solo by a couple of seconds at the Housden Koers just a few weeks ago. But the terrain today, a little bit different. But yeah, a pretty honest appraisal of the situation there from Harry Tanfield. Yeah.
It was a nice little bit there. Just didn't have the legs, simply. Didn't plan to get himself in the breakaway. So yeah, just decided that was it for the day, and he'll be swept up by the peloton pretty soon. So 4 riders now at the front. Vernes of Uno X in the red. The rider at the back, number 94, Zed Kiffin. He's been the rider that's finished second in both the King of the Mountains. The rider at the front from St. Piran, teammate of Kiffin, is Jack Rootkin-Gray. He did a spectacular ride in the under-23 race in the Glasgow World Championships. The rider in purple in the Bolton team is James Fouchier, the Kiwi, who is our King of the Hills after winning the second category climb and the first category climb on Ramsbottom Rake. So a bit of tiredness just starting to seep into the breakaway now. Is Jack Rutkin-Cray. Just presses on a little bit. Don't think it was intentional, but just pushes on that small climb. Got himself a bit of a gap, looking round and, you know, waiting for them. But Rutkin-Cray looking strong. He hasn't gone for any of the King of the Mountains points. I think, you know, saving it for a real push towards the finish. So we know he's got the form, but it's always going to be very difficult with only 1 minute and 16 seconds in the peloton, which have been led right from the start from Team Ineos. Jumbo-Visma have also helped out, and just over the last 6 or 7 kilometres, Bora Hansgrohe putting a rider up in the name of Nils Pollitt, and they'll be thinking of their Irish sprinter Sam Bennett. So some more uncategorised undulations. The locals have obviously known where these undulations are and have coming out in numbers. Filled up that car park to the left hand side. And this could have been somewhat different under different weather conditions. See that flag on the left hand side? It's a kind of cross tailwind. So Harry Tanfield has gone from the break to the bunch in only a matter of moments. If you've never heard it, he just didn't have the legs today, and we'll save it for another day. So the peloton have got this in their grasp today, well controlled. So on this climb again, it looks as if James Fouché, he's got his goal, and that was the King of the Mountains. So he's decided that with 1 minute and 30 is not worth the effort, and is again dropping back to the peloton. So we're left with 3 at the front, as we can see from our screen, 2 from the same team, St. Piran. So they will press on as they take the applause from the crowd at the sides. But I have to say, Jack Rutkin-Cray looks very strong here. He looks possibly the strongest that is in this move, and we know that Zeb Kiffin will give it absolutely everything to help out. But you think with 47 kilometres to go, it's a big task to remain out here, especially as you've lost Tanfield and now Fouché. But I think losing Fouché, Matt, it tells a telling story that he could have stayed here, he could have kind of pressed on a little bit, but why? If he's already taken some good points today in the King of the Mountains, we've already talked about the next few stages not being that hilly. You know, he'll be thinking about, you know, holding that King of the Mountains or King of the Hills jersey for the next few days. And why invest in a stage that looks as if, you know, 100% is going to come down to a bunch finish?
No, definitely. I think that's the smart thing to do. And as the riders that are left in front, Kiffin really pressing on. Long turn on the front here. You can just tell, this is the body language here. They're actually fully aware that the gap was starting to come down. And I think it was, well, Tanfield had no choice. His legs went, but Fouché, given the fact we've only got 1 or 2 third category climbs tomorrow, there's nobody that can catch him in the King of the Mountains classification. And the strong likelihood is that this break is going to get caught at some point. Won't be for a while yet. It's going to be deep into the race. The teams of the sprinters won't want to open up the race and have to chase down anything at the back end, so the holding pattern is there, that holding pattern that we are so familiar with. But this isn't easy now, but they're really moving on the front here, using these this stretch of road, this open exposed stretch of road, to try and just build a little bit more of a lead. They know exactly how to do this. They're smart, these riders, are not just strong, they know exactly how to do it. Although Richardson isn't in the move, he's one of the big protagonists here. They'd have looked at this course, the plan as well. Again, got the message earlier on from Richard Pascoe, but the plan for the St. Piran team was always to get 2 riders in the front move, and that's what they've done, to give themselves an option and to show some real character here. And they are building a little bit more of a lead. It's back up to 2 minutes now, 45 k's to go, just over an hour of racing. But they've got that little bit of a headwind on the run into the line. But again, it is relatively sheltered. It certainly isn't sheltered here, exposed, but not too much wind at all today as they continue to lose elevation And for the next 15 or 20 Ks, Brian, that's ultimately what they will be doing. It's a fast section of road here, and they're using the road to their advantage and really pressing home now, aren't they? And they're almost working as if it's right at the very back end, not an hour of racing still to go, but just to try and maybe get that lead up to 2.5, 3 minutes to give themselves even a glimmer of hope.
Yeah, they played it to their advantage. They've taken it relatively easy until now. Okay, we've seen them, a couple of them sprint out for the King of the Hills, but on this uncategorised climb, which is probably one of the hardest uncategorised climbs there is in the run in towards the finish. But we're up at a nice elevation, as you said. We're starting to go downhill slightly for the next kind of 15-20 kilometres, and they're starting to push on, and the gap going out a little bit now. You see that British flag just showing a bit of kind of head crosswind now, but with Bora Hansgrohe now pushing on together with Jumbo-Visma and Danish Grenadiers, it's always going to be a big ask, but they're playing with it now. Just over 2 minutes, bit of a grimace from Nils Pollitt, and it's forcing the front of the peloton to make sure that they keep a high tempo. So you get 3 teams at the front, 3 riders at the front, 2 from the same, and it looks as if they're going to give absolutely everything to try and stay awake. Big ask. We've seen it done in the past, but I don't think it's going to happen today, but they're going to make the peloton fight.
Yeah, they certainly are. Entering this final phase, into the final quarter of today's racing, in terms of time anyway. As we look at Danny Van Poppel, just starting to drop back a little bit. An exceptionally good rider, Danny Van Poppel. Probably one of the best lead-out riders in the world. I think along with Michael Morkov, I think he's one of the best lead-out riders in the world now. Van Poppel has really developed into that role. After, I think it's fair to say, had a couple of years where he excelled, and he actually spent a couple of years with Ineos, actually. I think Danny Van Poppel, didn't he? A couple of years with Sky, as it was. Didn't quite make his mark, and then has come back and refound himself as a lead-out rider, and arguably is at the best shape that he's ever been in the service of others, and occasionally getting opportunities himself. So if something, and God forbid it did happen to Sam Bennett, they've got Danny Van Poppel, and Matt Walls, we know, is coming back from injury there, but he's a more than able replacement, Van Poppel, if the need arised.
And you're right, Mark, because sometimes a lead-out rider, and it's hard to believe, doesn't always make a top-end sprinter, because they train differently. It's a different effort, but he definitely can pop on to lead-out duties, or just go for the sprint himself. Of course, we've seen Morkov lead out his riders and still finish up there in the top 3, but I can't remember one sprint that Morkov has gone for from memory that's for himself. But definitely Danny Van Poppel is very capable of doing both jobs. But I think by the looks of things that he'll be essential for the lead out for Sam Bennett. And I think what they'll want to do is make sure they're in a good position in that last kind of 300-metre corner just before the line.
Yep. Watch out for Van Poppel a little bit later. Certainly won't be used on the front much earlier than in the last couple of Ks, of course. But there's been a crash. Again, this is the technical nature of these roads here. This concertina effect. One of the riders from Movistar. He was just moving through there. That's Carlos Verona. Very good climber, or capable all-rounder, in fact, but likes the big hills. Is off the back now. Let's have a look at what happened here. He's already off the road. He's gone down a ditch, actually. Looks like it was nobody else involved. Just got that corner a little bit wrong. Thankfully for him, for the Spaniard, it's a relatively soft landing. Could have been a lot worse than that, Brian. But he's upright. It just shows the technical nature of these roads. These British country lanes are utterly unique, and quite often there's no real pattern or rhythm to these descents. They're just exceptionally random. If you don't know them, you don't know what's coming. They're only a minor road. There's no chevrons to indicate how hard, how acute the bend is either.
He was lucky, as you say, soft landing. Can you imagine now if he ran off the road, if this was the descent
into a stone wall? God forbid, yeah.
Yeah, it's you don't want that. So yeah, it's unfortunate. you have to kind of keep your wits about you when you're racing in Belgium because of the constant nature of the course. But with 2 minutes coming into the last almost 26 mile, these riders are starting to put up their fight for a stage victory. I think it's still going to be very difficult, but you have to say that St. Piran today have ridden magnanimously today. They went out there, set their sights on getting 2 riders in the breakaway. They've managed that. As we see, it's quite a tricky run in and off this elevation, and the peloton are going to find it to get organised behind when it's so tricky like this. So they've got themselves a bit of a battle now to make sure that they get organised behind and they bring these 3 riders back. But plenty of return for the 2 boys in black, and I think their only way of getting on the podium now, if they manage to stay on that stay away and try and get the stage win, although I believe there is a most aggressive rider.
There is the most combative rider award. There are a couple of awards. There's the best British rider, there's the most combative rider, and there's the team award. No jerseys awarded for those particular classifications, but they still get a visit to the podium, as you were saying, Brian. And it could be one of these riders out in front. It is a mini team time trial now. 3 riders battling the peloton as James Fouché is taken back by the bunch. The giant figure of Nils Pollitt. Still 1 minute and 51 seconds. Getting deeper and deeper into the finale. Well into the final hour of racing now. But Fouché has had an exceptionally successful day, taking both of the climbs, maximum points. He'll now head into stage 2 of the Tour of Britain with 16 points in the classification, and looking ahead towards the next 3 days. Brian, the more I think about it, the more this is a really smart thing to do. He cannot be caught tomorrow. He could actually have taken this jersey quite possibly in the first half of the race, unless of course somebody else comes up from behind. But the final couple of stages, there are multiple climbs, but he certainly put himself in a good position. And by the way that he took the climbs as well, as we look at Pollitt almost catching up with the camera there. Pollitt taking a nice quick line, cornering on rails. Again, I'll say it, Brian, it's the place to be on these narrow, twisting country lanes, is at or near the front, because it can be quite stressful behind.
Yeah, it's that kind of whiplash effect. You really don't want to be riding on the back, and I think we've noticed that pretty much from the start that Team Ineos Grenadiers making sure that Tom Pidcock rides towards the front, especially in these roads, kept really safe. We saw just a moment there for Carlos Verona, kind of ran off the road. That's, you don't want this. We've seen one other crash. We've seen a couple of mechanics, but I think we've only seen one crash right from the start. It wasn't the best of start for Budding, but everybody so far is in this race that started this morning, so you've lost nobody, and let's hope it stays that way.
Yeah, let's certainly hope it stays that way. 1 minute and 56 seconds. So the lead has held steady since the top of the moor that we've now dropped off, or continue to drop off. There are a series of small steps before we eventually get back towards the flatter land on the approach to Manchester and Deansgate, where we finish. And we have got a couple more small descents to go before it's basically flat. Then a couple of little kickers with about 10 or 15 k's to go. There are 1 or 2 small climbs, but nothing compared to what we've had already today. So most of the big elevation has been done and dusted. And just on the radar there is indeed Tom Pidcock. Not too sure what he was on about there, but they have been at or near the head of affairs for the entire day. As we were talking about before, a real discipline to the Ineos Grenadiers team. This is a very important race to them, and they've got a mightily strong team. I don't even think I have listed the team, but I will again. Pidcock is the team leader. Carlos Rodriguez is there too. Luke Rowe, Connor Swift, former British champion, of course, Magnus Sheffield, and Ben Turner. Roger Hammond and Ian Stannard and Matteo Tassato are the direct sportifs. Meanwhile, heading up in front, this group are doing exceptionally well here, Brian. They've really thought about this, haven't they? And they're strong. And as you were saying, one of the reasons that we saw them not get too much of a lead was because of this exact situation. It's not just in numbers in the front. They'll be aware in the cards of the quality in this group as well. So numbers is one thing, which does count for a lot because of the generally high standard. But when you do drill down and look at the composition of the group in terms of physical ability and form, then that's something else that you have to conjure with, and the likelihood of them capitulating near the end is slimmer, because they're going to be able to ride at a decent tempo all the way to the finish here, and they are putting now, maybe for the first time, a little bit of pressure on the bunch to bring them back. Although saying that, there are several big teams here with respected top-tier sprinters who've yet to get involved in the mix as well.
Yeah, I was watching when Wout van Aert now in third place now in the yellow for Jumbo-Visma was on the front, and just looking here at Luke Rowe, this is not easy.
No.
They're starting to press on a little bit more on the front of the peloton because they have to, because the gap is at 2 minutes. I think from where I'm sitting,
Matt Bostock's having a mare, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's having a Western Super.
Yeah, last minute. It'd be better just, stopping.
It's
just trying to grab it at the last minute.
I mean, he's got it. He's finally got it. Oh, that was the second one. Oh.
No, he had it and dropped it.
Yeah.
And then he went for another one up here. So
this is number 2.
1 out of 3.
Oh, we didn't get the second replay there, but yeah, one out of 3.
Yeah, 1 out of 3.
He won't be overly happy with that. But
yeah, a little bit. They've really played this game well, the riders at the front here, because they've used that runoff onto the kind of plains around Manchester pretty well, and they've eked out a little bit more time. And I think when we see the peloton in this part of the road, it will be pretty much almost in one line, and you can see Niels Paulett just kind of pushing hard now, and it is pretty much in one line now. So the peloton have been forced to kind of chase a little bit faster now, purely because they're pushing hard in the front. And when you're at the back and you're looking up and you're thinking, this is going to be a hard run in towards the finish, but you have to be in position already. Just look at Jumbo-Visma in the yellow, looking after Wout van Aert and Olaf Koy just behind. Then you've got the whole Ineos team, and you have to be in position, because you have to think ahead about what's this going to do. If you want to move up now, it's a hard effort, so you have to just stay in the place that you're in at the moment. And this is a lot of the time we don't see this, that some of the other leaders like Movistar will be looking after Gaviria and maybe sitting in the wind a little bit just to protect him. But you don't see that from the front. All you do is see the riders that are riding at the front. That was another little bit of a kind of tricky corner there as well.
Yeah, there was. I was just looking at that, Bri, yeah.
So, they're putting up a good fight. Still think they'll be brought back, but they're making the peloton work a little bit harder than possibly they wanted. Yeah,
just see the face here. I mean, some classy bike riders in the front. Luke Rowe in third there. Just in front of him, Jos van Emden for Jumbo-Visma. And on the front, Niels Paulett. This is a man that can put out a lot of power, and it's a man that is putting out a lot of power. But look at what Versnes is doing on the front as well at the moment. Okay, different slight. It looks like they're going up a slight climb. Approaching 450 to 500 watts. Similar power been put out on the front by the bunch behind. A couple of seconds have now been taken back. 1 minute and 51 seconds. The bunch about to go around that left-hander that you just pointed out, Brian. It was quite an acute left-hander, but more importantly, there was a few parked cars in a lay-by, and then there was a nasty ditch just on the right-hand side that was full of water, a muddy ditch as well. Certainly not one you want to get wrong. And again, but he will be sighted. It looks as if Pollett's been cornering particularly well. Drops into third position onto the wheel of Luke Rowe. And now they are pressing on here. This isn't a holding pattern now, Brian. The pursuit has now begun in earnest, hasn't it?
Yeah, but luckily for them, it's the same riders that have been riding all day. Niels Paulett and Luke Rowe. So, the teams that have been riding on the front haven't had to use yet any other personnel. So, it's the same 2 riders. Niels Paulett came up with, about 55, 56 to go. It's kind of helped out considerably, but, this is a tricky corner now.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just holding on to my seat here, but they're getting a warning on the corner there as well. So they've taken that one really well. As they funnel in as well. So it was almost like a hairpin, left and back in the direction they've come. And out of the saddle there, just see Carlos Verona on the right-hand side, number 3 there, in the blue jersey of Movistar, just trying to get his way back up. And the roads, these sorts of roads, because we're ever so slightly losing elevation here, so these are fast country lanes. And moving up on roads like this, Brian, when the pace is on at the front, it's actually a very difficult thing to do, isn't it? It's not a constant. You make up a few places, then as you're making up places, you might actually get the approach to a corner a bit wrong. You drop back and then you fight again. It's actually these are quite stressful roads to try and move back up to the front again.
And who's going to let you in? So if
exactly.
The team already there with their 6 riders, and you have to move. It's not as a case of popping past a couple of riders as they're easing up for a corner. You have to get by a whole team. And if you've got Ineos Grenadiers at the front and then Jumbo Visma, and then you've got Bora Hansgrohe, that's a lot of riders to pass at once, because none of them will let you in and you're stuck out in the wind.
Well, even a little cobbled section there, but yeah, it's unique. It's not so bad when you get onto roads like this. You can use the width of the road to move up, even if it is into the wind. You're unhindered in that respect. You just got to force a little bit more power out. But when you're in those twisting, snaking country lanes with their lefts and rights, especially given the light they have today, bright light, and then the stark contrast when you head into the shade, the dappled light of the trees, and the red mist descends. It's pretty difficult, but some barriers there keeping these crowds at bay. Lots of people with their little Union flags there, giving them away. Great atmosphere here at the race. It always is. Come rain or shine, the people come out in their thousands to greet the Tour of Britain. We're now in the borough of Wigan, famous for its pier, but don't worry, we don't head anywhere near the sea.
That's strange, isn't it?
It is a little bit strange. Wigan Pier. I was thinking Wigan Pier. There it is. There was a signpost. Turn right to Wigan Pier. So we head towards it, but there won't be any seagulls. Wow, there's some quite complex road furniture to navigate here. That's a very interesting little system of curves there.
Should have gone right, I think.
Yeah.
They didn't know whether they were going straight on or right. We seemed to have gone left. I think the peloton can save a little bit if they keep to the right.
Yeah, it won't be very long before the peloton come through that particular section. But on the front now, doing slightly longer turns, Zeb Kiffin had a great season domestically. They've really mopped up on the British scene. Frederick Vesny's just rolling through in second position now, and now the salt-encrusted jersey of Jack Rootkin-Gray. Again, has had a stellar season, in great form. Nice little bit of camaraderie there. Ed gives his teammate the empty bottle, and just look at the acceleration there that Zeb Kiffin had to put in. He dropped to the back, that brief moment of rest, very hard when there's only 3 riders, but then that real stinging acceleration you have to put in just to get into the draft, into the slipstream of the rider in front. That's one of those most horrible things, Brian, isn't it? Especially when the pressure's on. This isn't, obviously they're keeping a rhythm here, but they are at or near threshold now with only 31 Ks to go. Getting on the back wheel after you've done your turn on the front is a real hard thing to do, isn't it?
It is. Anybody who's done any kind of team time trial work knows that you don't really fully recover until you're in it. This section, keep right. I think the breakaway went left and got themselves in a bit of a difficulty. Some of the riders from the peloton doing exactly the same, but keep right was the quickest way around. Yep. And the arrow showed that. But yeah, you don't fully recover on the back. You're trying to get your breath a little bit. I think the easiest place to be in a group of 3 is when you're sitting where the Uno X rider is in the reds. That's where you're just about to recover a little bit, and then it's your turn again. So yeah, just making sure that you're drinking, you're eating, you're getting close to the wheel in front. 30 kilometres to go now, still holding on to 90 seconds. It's a lot of power at the front of the peloton, and they're still using the same riders. Maybe it was a call for maybe a little bit, one more maybe man to come up and help out a little bit at the fronts. It does look as if Movistar aren't interested. Just seen that now. So that call to the fronts has meant that Niels Pollitt's called for one more rider to come up, and it does look as if that Ida Schelling is coming up now to do a little bit of work.
It does look like a man from the Netherlands is going to move up 2 Dutchmen in the Bora-Hansgrohe German team, Schelling and Van Poppel. The Brit Matt Walls, Niels Pollitt on the front, and 2 Irishmen. Not given Ryan Mullen a shout-out just yet, but Ryan Mullen generally is used, especially given the composition of the team, smaller squads we have here. They will use Mullen probably in the last sort of 10k. They are absolutely motoring. They are really moving here. Again, just ever so slightly losing that elevation as we head into the finale. This is just one long line. If you're not having a good day now, this is not a lot of fun. Thank goodness this is relatively sheltered from the wind, because if this was exposed, there'd be a lot of riders getting dropped here. But yeah, moving at speed here as we look at number 64 at the back there. That's Callum Ormston, a South African riding for the Global 6 cycling team. Not their first rodeo here at the Tour of Britain. Seasoned campaigners at the British Tour. And soon it'll be last orders at the bar. 20k's to go is when there'll be no more feeding. But Van Emden on the front. And you are right, Brian. It just shows the depth in endurance of these riders up front. But it looks as if a couple of riders now have waved the right flag, because it's Jack Root-King-Gray has now gone solo. I wonder if I think
it was a corner there. Again,
they're waiting, aren't they?
Yeah, he needs the help, even if it's just a little bit of rest, Matt. Just having that, 30 seconds, a minute. He does look the strongest of the 3, but he needs as much help as possible. So that call out from Niels Pollitt means that he was trying hard. He has been trying hard since he's been on the front. They don't want to leave anything by chance, so he just called out for one of his teammates to come up, and it's the Dutchman Ida Schelling that's come up to help out the chase.
Yep, just that little bit of assistance, just to give them another... well, sometimes it's about the speed. There's the increase in pace, which is one thing, which you'll get right near the end. But right now, we're still 30k's to go. They just want the speed maintaining, and maintaining this sort of speed is actually hard unless you've got reinforcements. So the speed they can keep constant. Other resources they'll use near the end to lift the speed as positioning becomes crucial. Right now, with 30k's to go, not so much about positioning, it's just making sure they get this break back. A lot of the positioning is already locked in at this stage of the race in terms of the way the teams are. They're happy with it. There's no jostling for position right now. That will happen as we get to the outskirts of Manchester itself, and we get very technical as a Schelling now. Fresh pair of legs on the front, and the gap continuing now to drop. It's certainly not capitulating. The gap not plummeting, but slowly but surely, Brian, it is now dropping. 1 minute and 19 seconds, 28.7k's to go. But still, these 3 riders that remain out in front doing a mighty fine job, especially when you look at what they're having to do behind and how many riders are in quite a lot of distress. They are absolutely motoring here.
Well, Niels Pollitt, no slouch. He said he produces big numbers. Now, moving back away from the front of the peloton. So I think it's over for him, because that was the right call. He just called out to one of his teammates, I'm in my last legs here. Can I have someone else to come up to help out? But the whiplash at the back of the peloton, not the place to be. But also the fact that Steven Kruijswijk has now come to the front for Jumbo-Visma. So they've got Wout van Aert. Luke Rose, we know, has been riding right from the start. So it just goes to show you that, these guys aren't hanging around. They're giving absolutely everything. Jack Root-King-Gray seems to be the strongest, but he's not willing to go alone at the moment. I think it's too far to go. He's using the other 2 to try and have some sort of respite, but definitely the front of the peloton. When you start adding Steven Kruijswijk, Ida Schelling to the firepower you've already got, it just goes to show you that they had a bit of respect for the time gap that these guys have got, and they're not taking anything by chance.
Exactly. Looks like Van Emden, just by the distance he's given himself there, might have just called it a day briefly, or at least to go back for a few k's. But yeah, taking a little bit of a breather, get some more fuel on board. Remember, he has been on the front since the break went away. He's been working with Luke Rowe, now dropping back into the middle, having a couple of conversations. Ida Schelling now on the front, Steven Kruijswijk. Normally we'd see Kruijswijk in the high mountains. He's had his fair share of bad luck this year, Steven Kruijswijk, coming back from injury himself. And meanwhile, up in front, it is the Vesnies now of Norway, leading the pair of St. Piran. Jack Root-King-Gray sat there in second position. The compact figure, heavily muscled figure of Root-King-Gray has had several big wins already this year, including the Rheingauer Grand Prix. And that was down in it's in Norway, a race I've done myself in the past, or at least managed to team on. And now the unmistakable shoulders of Steven Kruijswijk, powering on the front. And look at that, in about 3 or 4Ks since we've had the fresh pair of legs, we've lost 25 seconds from the lead, Brian. So an emphatic statement here of power.
Yeah, it was Bora Hansgrohe and Niels Paul that made the call, and then because they put a rider up, so did Jumbo-Visma. But I have to say that Luke Rowe is riding well. You know, Niels Paul has dropped back, Joos van Emden dropped back. I just noticed that when he was dropping back, he gave Wout van Aert the bottle. Again, another indication when you've used one rider and now you get a rider at the front, you've got 4 riders behind. So the only way of getting a bottle now is by sending a rider back to the car. And of course, we've already mentioned that you can drop back and get to the car, but coming back up, it's going to be a huge effort when they're going at this speed. And they're going at, you know, over 30 miles an hour. It's not easy at all. So Wout van Aert, instead of asking his teammate to drop back, he just said to Van Emden, who's probably saving that little bit of water for himself, had to give it up to his team captain. Yeah,
definitely. 52 seconds, so well under a minute now. Great shot of our leading trio of riders now as we headed towards the outskirts of Greater Manchester. Adi Schelling putting in some big turns on the front. Now, one thing that you will have noticed is the fact that the Ineos Grenadiers aren't working now. They've ridden as if they're already leading this race. A champion-elect, as you were, for want of a better phrase, in the form of Tom Pidcock, especially looking towards next weekend. But, Brian, they don't have a sprinter here. Pidcock and Turner, really, one would imagine, would be the riders that could give it a go and comfortably, I think, finish in the top 10. But for the Ineos Grenadiers now, it's about positioning. They've done a lot of the early setup to assist the sprinters teams, but really now, save for looking after their GC riders, in particular Pidcock, it's up to the sprint teams now, isn't it? And Jumbo-Visma and Bora Hansgrohe have 2 of the best sprinters in the world. So it's not up to Ineos to now bring this finally back, is it?
No, it wasn't really up to him at all today, but they want to win the race. And the thing is, Matt, as you know, when you start to ride on the front, it's one of these agreements that it's not written down that your team is allowed to ride towards the front. So if you're riding on the front, your team is allowed to ride on the front, and they've taken up that duty right from the start. So, you know, the onus is on Bora Hansgrohe and Jumbo-Visma to do the last part, which seems to be a difficult part. But Ida Schelling and Steven Kruijswijk, the 2 Dutchmen, are on a Dutch Express today, and it looks as if they are slowly but surely bringing these 3 riders back. I do believe there's something left in Jack Rutkengray's legs. I do believe that he may want to try and go solo if he can, but the gap still holding around that kind of 50-second mark.
Yeah, it certainly is. As we head back to the front, Dvezny's looking rock steady on the front. It looked as if it was in a little bit of difficulty, but I think it was, as Brian was saying, a problem in a corner. But our 3 riders still with the gaps. Look at how aerodynamic Jack Rutkengray is, trying to punch that small hole in the air as he moves through to the front. An indication that Zeb Kiffin is seriously starting to suffer now. Kiffin, for this turn, can't offer up anything else. He slips onto the back wheel of Dvezny's. Dvezny's forced into doing what we call in cycling a double turn. So a double turn is not getting the full rest, given the full complement of riders that you've got. And I don't think there's any brinkmanship here from Zeb Kiffin at all. I think everybody here is suffering, and the rider suffering the most, given the fact he's not doing any more turns on the front, is Zeb Kiffin. But the wise thing to do here, every now and again, other riders won't really argue, will they? Especially if it's clearly quite honest. Just giving yourself the extra bit of respite might mean you can get at least 1 or 2 more turns out of them as well. So this is normal. This is normal behaviour within a group of riders of different states of fatigue.
In the past, other riders would sandbag and do things. Of course, that's the nature of racing. But in this case, you know, it's been clear that he doesn't have the legs to go to the front. And, you know, in a kind of team time trial position, you always say, even if it's 50 metres, go to the front. You just keep that formation. But for the moment, Zeb Kiffin, you know, will do what he can. He's coming to the front now. He's taken maybe a couple of minutes rest. And if he does this turn and then takes another couple of minutes rest, at least it's kind of helping the other two. The other two seem, definitely a lot stronger. Expected from Jack Rook and Gray. And of course, you have to say that Uno X have come here with quite a strong team as well for all, avenues of this race. They've got Fredheim, they've got the rider and the breakaway, Versnes, good Midstards, Tobias Johannesson. Tobias Johannesson is, winner of a Tour of l'Avenir in the past. Rasmus Tiller, good rider, and Martin Urenstad. And Urenstad is a rider that every race that I think I've commented on always gets himself in a breakaway. Such a strong rider. So, they sent a strong team here, and really no surprise that a rider in the breakaways is still hanging out there. 49 seconds now, coming up to 20 kilometres to go, and a real fight in here in towards the Deansgate in Manchester.
Yeah, it's always an interesting one, isn't it, when you look at the composition of a team and teams who do have a decent sprinter. I mean, Fredheim and Gummerstad in particular are two sprinters from the Uno X cycling team. Certainly not top-tier sprinters, but riders who can win and who will make life very difficult. And I do expect to figure at least one of them in the finish today. But the beauty of throwing a rider into the breakaway is just that the other resources, although you lose one man to the break, and if the break succeeds or not, well, at least you try. But what it does allow you to do, and is a common theme, is not contribute to the chase behind. But what you do have then is a smaller clutch of riders who are slightly fresher to ultimately deliver your man into the front end. And we're seeing increasingly right at the very back, lots of teams waiting till very late. And then there is almost, you can almost sense it, can't you, 5-6 Ks to go. There's a distinct shift as teams fire riders on the front, because they know for that period of time they have the resource to take the pace up another 4 or 5 Ks an hour for 3 or 4 minutes. And that's when that final bit of positioning play comes in. And that's what the beauty of not having to contribute now gives you, isn't it?
Definitely. And, looking at the, as we're talking about, the workmanship of, this breakaway, the same can be said to the peloton. Wout van Aert has been called. No, you're not finished today. You need to do a bit of a double shift. You get back to the front, because we're not using anybody else. So, it's a tough call to make. But then again, I noticed him. He was towards the back of the peloton after he thought was finishing his day, and it said no. These guys are producing a little bit more firepower, and we need to try and bring them back. I would expect maybe a rider from Movistar might want to get involved, because when you look at Gavirius here, we know Bora Hansgrohe are riding on the front, and I think looking at Lamperti, will Trinity do this? I know that their philosophy is try to ride like a World Tour team, although they're not. Just that kind of mindset. Will they put a rider towards the front for Lamperti, who's always done well in these finishes? Will Great Britain add one rider towards the front? So it's getting to the stage, even Uno X have got a rider on the breakaway, so they won't get involved. So I think maybe one or two of the teams might think about it. You might think about DSM as well. They've got multiple sprinters, but you just have to make sure you kind of guarantee that everybody's brought back and we have this sprint, because we've seen it in the past. Over the last few kilometres, they've only lost a handful of seconds, Matt.
Yep, they have 47 seconds. At what point will the other teams decide that enough is enough? I think still with 19.6 Ks to go, I think it'll be a while. I think it could be as late as maybe 10 kilometres to go, because the lead is coming down, but it's coming down slowly. And the 3 riders left out in front, Zepkefin of St. Piran and his teammate Jack Rook Gray, along with Frederick de Versnes of the Uno X Pro Cycling team, are putting up a big fight, forcing a real chase behind.
And I really do think that Movistar, I think, have to be, now we're inside the last 20 kilometres, Mark, Movistar have to think about possibly putting one rider up, because it's always the same. It's another unwritten rule. You have to earn the right to fight. If Gaviria wins and they've done zilch all day, everybody might think, well, we've just stolen out the back pocket of everybody else. But I think most people want to put a rider up if your sprinter is feeling good and he's got potential winning.
Yep. Interesting what we may or may not see from Fernando Gaviria. He's had an interesting season, took the final stage of the Tour of Romandy, after winning also a stage at the Vuelta San Juan, his home tour. No, not his home tour, sorry, that's Argentina. He's a Colombian, of course, my mistake. But disappointing in the Giro, and then spent the whole of the summer off the bike, or didn't race. His next race back following the Giro was the Tour of Poland, where he took third on the opening stage and third on the final one. Didn't finish the World Championship, so form relatively unknown.
Crash, didn't he?
So yeah, it's an interesting one. But the fact he's in the field here for this race suggests, and given the profile of this year's race, which is very flat, they wouldn't take him if he wasn't in form or had some sort of form. There wasn't a possibility of him winning, but we shall see. But 35 seconds now is the gap. As you said, Jos van Emden doing a superb double shift today on the front with Steven Kruijswijk. Then we have the massed ranks of Ineos Grenadiers in the red, and then a little bit further down we've got Team DSM as well. As Brian was saying, they do have various options. The big option for Bora Hansgrohe, of course, is the Irishman Sam Bennett. Watch out for him as we look a little bit further up the road. That's what 31 seconds looks like at that speed. Still a fair distance in terms of space between the last wheel here and the first bike at the front of the peloton. 33 seconds, it is 17.6 k's to go. Around about 11 miles to the finish now in Manchester, in Deansgate. But there's a couple of little ripples to come now. You can just see we're on the first of these little drags now, and although they're still moving at a speed, you can just see the chains moving towards the middle of the block. These little rises now are really going to hurt the legs now, Brian.
Oh, they all feel at house, and you know when they're putting out the energy that they have been right from the start. You got to remember, doing line to line, we see every detail, and the 5 riders that were originally in the breakaway got together one by one. It's kind of shredded down to 3 riders now, but they are giving for the last kind of 30 kilometres now, since they dropped off the kind of elevation. They have been pushing on and making the peloton fight. Ida Schelling now done his duty, so it's left up to Jumbo-Visma. So again, they have to look at, they had Niels Pollitt, Ida Schelling's now gone. I still think that Jumbo-Visma won't want to use anybody else. That's why they called Jos van Emden back. Slowly it's coming down, but I say slowly. I think other teams have to look at this and go, right, put one rider up, and we can make sure we can guarantee this sprint finish and kind of help out Jumbo-Visma. But it seems to be, they're taking up the control at the front. I think Ineos Grenadiers quite happy with this situation. It's only kind of 26 seconds now, but some of the other sprinters teams might want to kind of start to think about this now.
Yeah, you can just see Luke Rowe, that last man now. It's putting a big shift himself today. And is now at the back. His job for the day is done. Clearly feeling the effort that he's put in today. But this is very interesting. Still 16.2 kilometres to go, but only 2 riders on the front now. Bora Hansgrohe have not put anybody else on the front. Perhaps as a show, well, look, if any other teams want to get involved, we've been riding for a fair bit. They put Niels Pollitt on the front first, but most of the pulling, most of the heavy lifting today has in fact been done by Luke Rowe and Jos van Emden. There is the gap, 25 seconds it is now. Continues to drop down with 16 kilometres to go, but still no other teams and no real signals yet, Brian, of any other teams moving up. Quite often you see a few little conversations, especially from that overhead shot, a couple of heads turned to the left or right having these conversations, but nothing as yet. And I guess if just with 2 riders Jumbo-Visma are doing a good job, for the reasons I talked about earlier, this real furious lifting of the pace in the closing stages, teams are just waiting, aren't they?
That's what they'll do all the time. I always have this scenario as, guarantee it rather than, allowing, to come to you. Sometimes you have to really commit, and the team really committing it at the moment seems to be Jumbo-Visma. But they have 2 sprinters, but all these riders do. If I was in the breakaway here and listening to Niels Pollitt's now gone, Ida Schelling's now gone, that would give me inspiration.
Yeah.
You're cracking riders at the back here. So if I was in the team car, I would be shouting at these riders, Bora Hansgrohe now gone. You're doing a terrific job. Right, just keep at it. Focus, stay together. Just keep on focus. It's 2 against 3 because no one else is coming up for the moment.
You can just see DSM Firmenich, Tobias Lund Andersen and Casper van Uden one would imagine, are their designated sprinters. And there they are in that navy blue as we head back to the front, and the lead is really starting to drop now. 23 seconds it is, and just before we could see the bunch behind on the same stretch of road, and on this long arrow straight section heading towards the headlights, the traffic lights should I say, the bunch will have this group right in their crosshairs as they continue to press on in front. It is still Steven Kruijswijk.
Pointing to the saddle stuff.
Yeah, it's right. This is what we call on the rivet. And the phrase on the rivet, if anybody is wondering, back in the day, we're talking 100 years ago or so, back in the 1930s, 1920s, 30s, 40s, the saddles used to be fabric riveted onto the saddle. It was basically leather. And when you slide forward on the bike, it generally means you're under a lot of tension or under a lot of stress coming into the closing stages. So you would literally sit on the rivet of the saddle. And that's where the phrase comes from, if anybody was interested anyway. But there's a differential in the power. Dversny's 395.
Again, it's motivation.
Yeah, totally, yeah.
Seeing that picture there of both Kruijswijk and Wout van Aert on the point of the saddle, right, grimacing, knowing that, you know, we've got a pursuit here. And that information, just get it to the front riders here. You're doing a great job. I think it's, unless it's in a little bit of help, it's going to be very difficult for those two riders to bring these riders back. Now, 3 against 2, keep this going because you're holding them 20 odd seconds. Great job being done by St. Piran in the black here together with Uno X, but you're holding them and they're not bringing you back. So I would think now that, you know, other teams really have to kind of look at this one because I don't think the two riders are bringing, Kruijswijk and Van Emden are bringing the 3 riders back. It means that it needs a little bit more firepower for this to happen.
Exactly, and that is exactly the sort of thing I couldn't agree more, Brian, about. Okay, the situation, it's still in the favour of the peloton behind. We know that there's a lot of resource there, but it hasn't yet been used. But what these riders can get when you're in a DS in this sort of position, given the fact that most of the teams will be listening to our voices in the team car, or they're seeing these pictures, to inspire the riders in front, to get as much out of them. You'll be saying exactly what you're doing. Looking, you're hurting the other riders behind. And the gap has actually stabilised here. It did look like it dropped to 19. It's holding steady at about 25, 26 seconds. And with every pedal stroke, we're getting nearer to the finish now. 13 kilometres to go, and our 3 riders out in front have stabilised this lead. Jos van Emden, one of the finest time trialers. Yeah, they're getting in the slipstream of the bike here a little bit, which is something that happens. Moving across to the other side of the road. It's not Van Emden's fault as they move across to the other side of the road now, and Steven Kruijswijk starts to move through. Still no other teams moving up though, but it's because it's not quite getting at the point that it's going to be desperate. So brinkmanship fully at play now as we head out of the teams. Yeah.
It's not desperation for the moment.
No,
There's still a time to go. 22 seconds can be snaffled up very quickly.
5K, can't it? You know.
Yeah, Movistar or DSM have to be thinking about this. Have to be thinking about, look, we need to guarantee this. We can't kind of just sit back and allow Kruijswijk and Van Emden just to kind of hold them out there at 20 odd seconds. Again, the kilometres are ticking by. I think as we get close to 10 kilometres ago, we might see a bit of a movement from some of the teams to come up and actually kind of help out. But, you know, it's just a holding pattern from the 2 lads from Jumbo-Visma at the moment.
Yeah, it certainly is. For the first time now, there we go. Movistar just starting to move to the front. Not just getting Gaviria in place. I do think they're going to have to assist with the pacemaking since gone out again. To just avoid some of the parked cars on the right-hand side. Another team that have moved through to the front. They had a man in the move. They'll have him on the podium later. James Fouché, of course, the new Pinarello King of the Mountains. But Bolton Equities, also amongst their number, has some very handy sprinters. Rory Townsend, Mark Stewart, Matt Bostock. Not too sure which one they'll be going for. I think it would probably be Bostock or Townsend, you would imagine today. But now 28 seconds out in front for our leaders. Kiffin, Rootkin Gray and Dversny are putting on a real show of power and panache and forcing the hand of Jumbo-Visma, who have one of the real superstars in the sport here. Wout van Aert won this race in 2021, but one would imagine for today it's all about Olav Koy, their young 21-year-old sprinter, He is a real sensation. But now look at this. They've found another couple of seconds. There they are. They've got him in their crosshairs, Brian. But still, it's heading towards half a minute again. 10.8 k's to go.
Yeah, holding pattern. Everybody kind of bunching up behind, thinking, right, you know, we're set for the sprint. Start thinking about the sprint. No. Get the 3 riders back before we have a sprint, because the holding pattern, there's 2 riders from Jumbo-Visma, Kruijswijk and Van Emden. Van Emden has been riding pretty much from the start. You know, this gap is holding, if not going out a little bit now, so it needs a little bit. Now we're at 10 kilometres to go. Other teams have to get involved here with the chase, because the 3 riders aren't coming back with just 2 riders from Jumbo-Visma.
Exactly.
And that's the encouragement you have. You know, Jumbo-Visma possibly sending another rider up here, because, you know, they don't want to. Joos van Emden is gone definitely this time, so they've put another rider up here. Could be Van Hooijdonk starting out the chase. So they're the team really trying to bring these riders back, and it needs that firepower. But they held on a little bit to see how long Joos van Emden could go. So he went to 10 kilometres. He's now gone. So they're using up. The other teams have to look at it. And the flip side, I'd be shouting at these guys going, look, Van Emden's gone, Jumbo-Visma are on the ropes. So of course they can put the other riders up there, but they're depleted now. They've already had Joos van Emden. They've got 2 riders now at the front. It's not going to be much of a lead out for Olaf Koy or Wout van Aert. Wout van Aert might have to lead out Olaf Koy himself, as we said right from the start, and I think that could be the scenario. But other teams now have to come to the front if they want these 3 riders to be brought back, because it's going out now 34 seconds inside 10 kilometres to go. You can't play the waiting game anymore.
No, you can't play the waiting game anymore at all. On the left-hand side, Magnus Sheffield moves through to the front with the former British road race champion Connor Swift on his wheel. In the centre, in that grey kit as well, just moving up a little bit there, is the Q36.5 Pro cycling team. And it is still just Jumbo-Visma on the front. The team that have now moved into second position, that is the TDF Unibet cycling team. Harry Tanfield earlier in the breakaway is now back in the clutches of the peloton, but still no teams with out-and-out sprinters moving to the front and assisting, although it does look like we've got some fresh legs on the front. I think that is it's not Eduardo Affini. We've definitely got some fresh legs. Looks like it might be Nathan Van Hooijdonk now is moving through to the front as well to give some assistance, leaving Affini and Van Aert to ultimately lead out Olaf Koy. But with 8.6 k's to go, no other sprint teams getting involved in the chase at all. This is absolutely fascinating stuff. What a show by our 3 riders out in front. Kiffin, the Root King Gray and the Versneys. Brian, we're going to be at the finish in the next 10 or 12 minutes. Just talk us through what the riders are going to face in the final 3k before they head into Deansgate. It's a pretty technical run into the line, isn't it?
It is. You know, we get the final corner with 300 metres to go, but you know, anybody knows that when they come into town that, you know, you've got lefts, rights, and you know, it's not easy at all. So you know, you want to take it on from the front. You want to be, you know, in one of the kind of front positions, because you know, you get that kind of whiplash, and everybody knows. But this is going to be a very messy sprint right from the start. We said it's going to be a tricky one into Manchester, into Deansgate, and you know, little did we know that, you know, 3 riders were going to give us a nail-biting finish, because that's what we're going to have today. We're thinking break goes away, peloton will ride it down, we're going to have a sprint. No, this is a lot more harder work for Jumbo-Visma than initially thought, and it's still going to take a little bit more firepower to bring these 3 riders back. And you know, when is the alarm going to go off, and you know, some of the other teams to come up and help? It seems to be all down to Jumbo-Visma. Great job here. I'd be screaming in the car now, making sure that they've been told everything that's what's happening. It's still Jumbo-Visma, 7 kilometres to go. You've got 30 seconds. Keep on doing what you're doing. You're doing the ride of your life. Nobody else is coming up. And, you know, you've blown away, you know, the riders that have already been riding. You know, Bora Hansgrohe, you know, Ida Schelling and Niels Pollitt, they've gone. So I think it's been a really terrific job from the 3 riders that have been left. You got to remember that Fouché dropped off this breakaway thinking they're never going to go to the finish. That's all that inspiration that these riders need at the front. Still inside 7 kilometres to go, 29 seconds, hanging in the balance. It needs more fresher legs to bring these guys back.
It certainly does. Well, we've got one more rider. It looks like it's the figure of Ida Schelling again, who's had a little bit of a break. It's not Mullen. Not seen Matt Walls too much today. Can just see some riders just dropping off riders, and then the effort just to bring a rider to the front at this sorts of speeds is exceptionally high as we pan north. Look a little bit further up the road to our 3 riders still solo. This was the break of the day. They went away after about 5 or 6 Ks today. Zeb Kiffin, Jack Root-Kingré, James Fouché was originally there as well, as was Harry Tanfield. They've now fallen back into the peloton. Fouché, of course, with the compensation of leading the King of the Mountains heading into stage 2 tomorrow, where we start in Wrexham and finish in exactly the same place. But 17 seconds it is now in front. These are our 3 surviving members of the break. Frederik Dersnes in the red jersey there of the Uno X pro cycling team, and then the pair from St Piran, the British domestic based team there, Kiffin and Root-Kingré. 17 seconds now, and still nobody is joining in with Jumbo-Visma. It's just Nathan van Hooydonk on the front at the moment. It looks like they're going to need some assistance, but it looks like Van Hooydonk is doing a very good job here. It's fluctuating though, Brian. This could be tight.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's going to be a kind of last-ditch effort here from the breakaway. No point in attacking each other now. I think it's a case of sticking together and staying together. That's the only way that, you know, any of these riders have got a chance of hanging on. Probably not the best thing to do now. But like you say, they may have looked around, thought, you know, that they've been brought back. They're looking for that kind of most aggressive rider. Jack Root-Kingré looked really, really strong in that run-in, but just that little bit of effort, this gap now tumbling down. It looks as if they'll be swept up quite quickly now. Yeah, it looks like they've got Eduardo Affini on the front as well now. 11 seconds it is. It is Jack Root-Kingré who's been dropped. It was his teammate Zeb Kiffin who attacked. And you are quite right. As soon as that attack came, it spelt the beginning of the end, but it's been a real adventure out in front. They have entertained us, they've thrilled us today, and they still have not quite been caught. I think it is definitely Ida Schelling on the front. He's already put in a stint earlier on, looking after the interests of Sam Bennett with 4.9 Ks to go. Watch out for these riders. Look out in the blue of Fernando Gaviria of Colombia, riding for Movistar. Sam Bennett in the green, black and red of Bora Hansgrohe. Bit of an outsider in the sprint, potentially Tom Pidcock. We know he's in the red, but Ethan Vernon as well of Great Britain, and maybe Noah Hobbs. They're in the white kit. Watch out potentially for Rory Townsend or Matt Bostock in the purple and yellow of Bolton Equities. The yellow, of course, of Olav Koy for Jumbo-Visma. Maybe even Will Tidball, the world scratch race champion on the track for St Piran too. And then also team DSM have Tobias Anderson and Casper van Unden. And also watch out in the blue of the American Luke Lamperty of Trinity Racing. Well, breathless stuff here, Bright. 8 seconds, and they still haven't raised the white flag, have they? No, they never will. They'll go to the end. That's what you do when you've been in the breakaway all day. You know, Kiffin goes again. He's trying to go solo this time, and you know, when we thought he was kind of flagging a little bit, seems to have got a kind of second win, but you know, the rider from Uno X not giving them any inch whatsoever. But the bunch bearing down on them all over the roads. Quite a wide road at this moment. We will be sweeping left soon, and then just after 2 kilometres to go, we turn right. 90 degrees, and then another 400 metres left again. Gets a little bit tricky around about 1 kilometre to go, and then we're into a straight with the last corner at 300 metres. Well, this is absolutely fascinating. So for the first time, it isn't a Jumbo-Visma jersey on the front. It is the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team who have moved up. There's a little bit of elbow barging. You can see Fernando Gaviria there in about 5th or 6th wheel has moved through to the front. But Deversnes, after being attacked by Kiffin, has put in a little launch of his own. 3.2 kilometres to go now. Once they go through 3 Ks to go, there'll be a left-hander. A long straight road that'll take them past 2 Ks to go. As Brian said, then they've got a right-hander, then a left, and then a nasty little chicane which will take them in through the Flamme Rouge, then a right, straight then, and then a final 90-degree left-hander into the last 300-metre finishing straight. 2.8 Ks to go, Brian, and it is the figures of Movistar who are now driving on the front for Fernando Gaviria. Yeah, they've waited. It's quite a dangerous part there with a couple of ballers there, but still in 5th position is Wout van Aert. He's moved up right towards the front. He wants to make sure everybody knows when they come into town there is a lot of road furniture, but the rider from Uno X, Vernes, is hanging out there just by a shoestring, but Movistar starting to come for the first time. They've sat back pretty much all day. Still the team of Jumbo-Visma towards the front. And, you know, the speed at this, if you're not up towards the front, it's going to be a huge effort to get yourself there. Uno X, see their rider almost brought back, and they're starting to move up in the red as well. Well, the Vernes now
continuing, he can pick his line. He's carried a lot of pace. He's looked cool. He's looked calm. He's looked collected. He's looked strong again. He still fights out of the saddle, accelerating. It looks like it is the figure of the Italian Edoardo Affini, just trying to bring things back together. In fact, it is still the man on the front, Nathan Van Hooijdonk. But there's some swerving, there's some veering coming from behind. 1,800 metres to go now, and we have another left-hander. 1,700 metres, a couple of gaps opening up. It's all about positioning play now, Brian, as GB is starting to move up as well. Getting a little bit chaotic here, not a lot of colour blocking.
Yeah, no real surprise that this was always going to be the case. And, the thing is, gaps starting to appear, the speed is up, and, you have to really be in a good position, because there's absolutely no chance at this speed to move up. The position has started, almost with about 10 kilometres to go.
Yeah, this is Ryan Mullen on the front now. Mullen takes the front. The Irishman powers into this left-hander. Couple of gaps just starting to open up. Mullen navigating his way through the corner, and looks like, this wasn't quite a crash. It looks like somebody had come down, but Mullen, it looks like he's away on his own. He looks around, he's opened up a gap, 1.1 kilometres to go, but it is indeed Jumbo-Visma sewing this gap back together now, Bright.
Yeah, just turning right now, and they see the final corner in front of them, and it looks as if Jumbo-Visma have got this one right on point. They've got Affini there, they've got Wout van Aert, Olaf Kai. So Affini takes this one up. Wout van Aert in his Red Bull helmet, second place. Olaf Kai right in the perfect place, but look who's on Olaf Kai's wheel, Sam Bennett, the Irishman.
Well, one more turn to go, and that's the left-hander. It is Edoardo Affini. On the wheel is Wout van Aert, and then I said Olaf Koy, Sam Bennett behind, and then there's a gap towards the rest of the field. It looks like it's one of the riders from Uno X as we head in towards the final now. Ethan Vernon just latching on to the back of this group, but I fear he's a little bit too far behind. They now kick out of the corner. It's a big launch, a long launch from Wout van Aert. He's got Olaf Koy on his wheel. Vernon coming on the left-hand side. Koy launches on the left-hand side. Bennett in the slipstream of the Dutchman. But it is Jumbo-Visma who take the wing. Olaf Koy in first. It looks like second place, in fact, was Wout van Aert who did the lead out. They took the bull by the horns. They'd ridden for the entire day on the front, and they've taken victory on the opening stage of the Tour of Britain here to Altrincham. Olaf Koy will move into the lead of this race and takes the stage to boot.
Just look at that crowd in Manchester.
That's
here.
brilliant,
absolutely
isn't it?
Phenomenal. we thought that anyway, but that's equal to that lead out. That lead out and having enough power to finish in second place. Olaf Koy was gifted that, nice and easy.
Yeah.
It was all about positioning. We said that left-hander was going to be crucial at 300 metres to go. Sam Bennett is no slouch at this moment. Look at the gaps are even open behind. I thought at this stage, Sam Bennett, perfect position. This corner coming up, but it's just Affini moves over to the left-hand side. When Wout van Aert goes into this corner and starts to open up, there's riders, it looked like, is that Gaviria? He's having to make up bike lengths. Left-hand corner, 300 metres to go, set yourself up for the final, but the acceleration out the corner, there's people still coming into that corner. Gifted this on a plate. Olaf Koy goes, Sam Bennett sprinting flat out. Wout van Aert goes into the slipstream, hangs on, nobody has the legs. Easy win from Olaf Koy. It was gifted to him on a plate by Wout van Aert, who hangs on for seconds, and it looks as if it will be a photo between Sam Bennett and Gaviria for the minor places. What a lead out. Vernon also up there, looks as if he's getting fifth, but look at them coming out the corner. Tom Pidcock, they're already sprinting for the victory. They're still coming round the corner. Incredible lead out there. Incredible team play from Wout van Aert and his team of Jumbo-Visma. Well played today. They were the team that took it on and delivered the victory, and it wasn't even Gaviria. It was
Canter,
up there,
wasn't it?
Canter.
Yeah, Max Canter. Oh, there we go. Couldn't quite identify him from the aerial shot, but no doubt about the winner, as you said. He opened the door on the inside, Wout van Aert, and then slotted into the slipstream. He saw that Bennett couldn't cope. Bennett's head had already dropped with 2:50 to go. He couldn't match that second kick. He just didn't have the legs. He got himself into a good position, Brian, but he just didn't have the legs. He shook his head, and we still had 200 metres to go. But just the raw firepower that Jumbo-Visma had in the final. When Affini took it up, and then over the top just before the left-hander, Wout van Aert took it up. There were riders that were just swinging out the line. They just couldn't hold the pace, and they hadn't even started sprinting yet. That is how strong this squad is. A real well, emphatic demonstration of team riding and leading out as well. There we go. Olav Koy has taken the opening stage of the Tour of Britain ahead of his teammates Wout van Aert, Sam Bennett of Bora Hansgrohe and Ireland in third. Then we have Cantor, Vernon, Fredheim, Bomboy, Van der Poppel, Solano and Rory Townsend. A solid top 10 for the man from Bolton Equities there. Well, breathless finale, Brian. A wonderful stage. No time bonuses, so we talked about it at the top of the programme as you see riders trickling across the line here. But just outside the top 10, I saw him fighting. Maybe it would have been 11th or 12th was Tom Pidcock. But that second place could be very important as we head deeper into this race.
Yeah, that's why he never swung out. It's kind of known, again, that, you know, leader guys normally don't get involved with the sprint. But, you know, I think at this stage here, kind of pushing and shoving with Bennett and Uno X there, getting the right wheel. They knew that Olav Koy's wheel was the right one to have, but Sam Bennett had that. He had every right to have it as well, but it was just such a frantic run in towards the finish. In fact, the last 50 kilometres went by very, very quickly. This was the moment Ryan Mullen found herself a few bike lengths in front. But at this stage, Affini was there, Wout van Aert, Olav Koy, Sam Bennett was lining up. It was like almost a criterium finish. This is what we, you know, our bread and butter in the UK. Look behind from Ryan Mullen. No, I'm not helping out Jumbo Visma. I'm out of there. Sam Bennett's in the right place. Even the Uno X rider, he's like, and I think Cantor had to come round him and make that effort. They're all maxed out. Did look as if Sam Bennett had the easier ride. But it's just, once you go underneath the tree and then Affini moves over, it's this speed into the corner of Wout van Aert. And as soon as he comes round the corner, what does he do? Opens up a milliseconds, opened up. Look at the rest of the riders. They were like sprinting for their life. Look behind, slip onto the slipstream. I'll have that second place. I might need that come Sunday.
Exactly. Yeah, he's clearly on form. This man is too. Olav Koy. It was the plan all along, but a nice second place there for Wout van Aert to move himself into second place behind his teammates. No time bonuses, so that is the general classification. It is as per the finish. Olav Koy, the first leader of this race, will move into the blue and red jersey. He'll be on the podium today. Wout van Aert in second, then Bennett, Max Cantor, Ethan Vernon, the first home of the British riders. Stian Fredheim there for Uno X. David Bomboy, good ride by the Italian of Team TDT Unibet. Danny Van Poppel, Gonzalo Serrano, last year's winner. Good ride by him there. Two Movistars inside the top 10, and then Rory Townsend rounding out the top 10. From the opening stage from Altrincham to Manchester.